in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. We're happy you're spending some time with us, Chip and Zay, right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered, holding down the midday. If you're watching us on the YouTube channel, please like and subscribe. That's how we grow. And also, please take note of these incredible sponsors around our faces. Give them your love. Give them your business, because they make it possible for us to broadcast to you each and every weekday afternoon right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Zay, what's going on, my man?
What's up, man? Happy hump day, everybody. Feeling good, feeling great. How are you?
Oh, man. I was trying to send you this picture of Justice Terry. Did you see the picture of him? I'm going to send it to you right now. He
look like an edge rusher or a defensive tackle?
Well, he looks like a beast. All right, you should have it. I can go bootleg, but I know you've upgraded.
Him, man.
Come on, man.
This is him?
That's him.
Wow. All right. Okay, I get it. I see the hype. I understand the hype. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we gotta pull that up. Yeah, that's a grown-ass man right there. That's a 18-year-old. Has he 18 yet?
Yeah. Just a pup.
I think someone. Are we on?
Good?
I'm good. You good?
I'm good. You good?
Okay. Yeah, we're good. Okay.
All right. Nobody move.
Yeah. Nah, man.
So Justice Terry,
18-year-old.
For those of you who may not be familiar, Justice Terry is a freshman defensive lineman for the Texas Longhorns, one of the higher rated players in the Texas #1 ranked 2025 recruiting class. And that is him, Justice Terry. And there's another,
because that other one,
the other one,
justice.
The other one does justice to justice. But yeah, this kid's ripped, man. He's 263 that's what he was listed at in the spring. And he's all muscle. Yeah, that's Justice Terry there in the burnt orange Texas Longhorn shorts. Look at those shoulders. Look at those traps. Look at that neck. Man's got a Takeo Spikes neck. I love that.
Yeah, I like my football players. No neck, man.
No neck.
No neck. Like, I don't care.
Zach Thomas, the epitome of no neck, or just a tree stump of neck. But man, those dudes, they fear nothing. Dudes with no neck fear nothing.
Fear nothing.
Because they'll just lower their head and take you out.
Well, Bill Romanowski. That fool had no neck. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Now, again, this looks like an edge rusher, though. If we break it down.
Which is what he is right now.
This is an edge rusher. All I heard was we're getting an interior guy that's a must get out of the state of Georgia, which edge rusher's cool. It's just, are we going to add more weight to this amazing physique?
You know the answer to that.
I don't.
And the way that dude's put together, he's probably going to be able to get where he wants to go, whether he's 263, 3 bills, 280, 290. And we heard Colin Simmons say, this dude is going to be a beast. So I'm just passing this along because it's the off season. This is the off month for the Texas football players, but Justice Terry's out getting some work in. Summer workouts will begin in right after Memorial Day.
No, if you're Justice Terry, you're looking at Anthony Hill and you're looking at Colin Simmons, and you see what they did their freshman year. Steve Sarkisian's going to give you opportunity. If you're good enough, it's not all about seniority and all that weak stuff like Mac Brown used to do back in the day. Like, if you're good enough to play, we're going to play you because we're trying to win here. So Justice Terry sees that. Like, I'm sure it's so deflating for players to go to these teams and the coach says, hey, we got guys that are ahead of you that have been in the program longer that are going to get more playing time than you. And it's like, damn, coach, you ain't even going to give me a chance? You ain't going to give me a shot to prove you wrong? Like, I really appreciate that from Sark. It don't matter how old you are. You could be 30. You could be 16. If you're good enough and you're on the roster, you're going to get an opportunity. So if you're Justice Terry, no matter what position it is, interior or the edge, that's all you want. That's all you're looking for. And he's proven that with what Ant Hill did in this freshman year, what Colin Simmons did in this freshman year. Justice Terry can be the same thing, man.
Yeah. And CB says, remember the famous picture of Arch Quinn, Malik Murphy, and Charles Wright, where Malik Murphy looked like he was a giant compared to those dudes. And yeah, Terry was with the team during the college football playoff run. So he's been around the team. He's been around getting acclimated, earning teammates' respect since late December. So everything I'm hearing is he's going to be that kind of guy, that kind of leader, that kind of player. And whether he's playing a little bit off the edge right now, I guarantee you, once he gets through this summer, let's see how his body takes to the weight.
The dude that we just saw, that metabolism looks like it flies, man. And he looks like he's always working out. He's always doing something active. This Texas heat, he's from Georgia, so he's used to that heat. But I'm not going to lie. I don't know how much weight I could see on that dude. Like, how much more weight. I could see him toning up a little bit more because you do just see some of that natural high school baby fat, even though he's as ripped as it gets for an 18-year-old. It still could be a little tighter, which is incredible. I think he's going to get to that point when he's able to focus on football more. But I don't know, like, what's 30 more pounds look like on that dude?
Well, his ass has got to get bigger.
Whoa, hey, yo. You're going to have to elaborate a little more on that. How?
Well, that's where he's going to, if he's got more growth, it's going to be, does he carry it, in his calves, hams, and ass? Because the running back, why do I always, Chris Robertson, who came in as a running back, and ended up as a defensive lineman. Why can't I ever remember? He's from Cleveland, Texas. I can always remember. Huh?
Somebody gonna let us know. Henry Milton?
No, I mean Henry Melton he was 275 as a freshman.
Oh, okay.
Is it Chris Williams? Lord.
CB has it right there.
Yeah, Chris Whaley. Perfect. That's why CB's the greatest volunteer producer in the history of radio. So Chris Whaley came in as a running back, but his ass kept getting bigger. So he became a defensive tackle. Nothing wrong with that.
That's a huge switch, man. That's a big jump. Running back, defensive
Henry Melton, same thing.
Like how, I don't know how you go about just getting their ass bigger, man.
Well, no, it just happens.
It just happens, yeah. Just
it's the genetics. Right? Like Tavondre Sweat. Tavondre Sweat came in as like a 265-pound, same size as Justice Terry. Now, Tavondre Sweat left here weighing 100 pounds more. So some guys' bodies develop a little faster than others, some a little slower. But yeah, you just got to see how that body develops.
All I'm saying is Colton Vasek, love your upside, bruh. You can't help, being hurt. It happens. Sometimes it's just bad luck, but Justice Terry don't care nothing about that.
Oh yeah.
Justice
Terry,
how it is.
Can't make the club in the tub, man.
That's what I'm saying.
The best ability is your availability.
And I know Colton Vasek can be cold in the burnt orange. I just know it. It's just opportunity.
Hey,
when is he gonna get that?
Jordan Shipley's first 2 years at Texas were injury plagued. Same with Jordan Whittington. But then they got it going. And they learn all the things they got to do the additional things they got to do to keep their body in shape and ready.
Yeah. Jordan Whittington said he had to give up Bluebell ice cream. Been eating his whole life, just like most of us Texans. Said I had to give up ice cream, y'all. It hurt. Love my ice cream. But for the team, I'll do anything. I'm sorry. That's why I'm more selfish than Jordan Whittington. I ain't giving up Bluebell ice cream. That might take a few points off my game, but it's worth it. I'm sorry.
It's not happening.
It's not happening. All the flavors that they come out with and stuff.
Yeah, what's your top 3 right now, Bluebell?
Top 3 right now. They got that chocolate peanut butter overload that's crazy. It's like Reese's Cups and peanut butter cookie dough pieces mixed with milk chocolate ice cream. That's bonkers. I love peanut butter with ice cream, so I always, go that route most of the time. That's a good one. They got a couple of new ones too. Groom's cake. That one's good. It's like another chocolate ice cream, but it has like a chocolate covered strawberry. That's how I compare it. Like it has like chocolate chip pieces in it, and it has like a swirl of strawberry mixed with a chocolate ice cream and kind of like a chocolate cake pieces. Not big though, but it's good. I don't think it's the best. Like I think it got voted as the best Bluebell ice cream when they did their polls and stuff for the people out there to vote. Again, it's all subjective, but whatever. They think it's their best. And last but not least, Butter Crunch, which is another peanut butter one. This time, vanilla ice cream. This is, if you like Butterfinger, then this is going to be your joint right here. It's basically like vanilla ice cream with Butterfinger pieces mixed all in there.
That's a winner.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm saying, man, Bluebell, I put Bluebell against anyone. All these other ice cream folks out here, like
Amy's
is good. Amy's is good. They be chopping it up. My wife loves Amy's. Yeah. I like to call
Yeah.
myself an ice cream connoisseur.
Yeah.
Can't go wrong with Dairy Queen. Blizzard, turn it over. Don't drop. It's classic stuff right there. It's summertime too. Yeah, man. It's that time of the year. It's getting hot. Go get yourself a cone.
What's your first recollection of Texas football?
Like when I first started to notice it as a kid.
Yeah, like your first. Yeah.
Ricky, which I think it's his birthday today, and shout out to his interview with Buck and BK yesterday. Y'all check that out. But yeah, Ricky Williams, 1998, 7 years old, going on 8. So yeah, man, the dreads, the swag, him hitting the Heisman pose after he won it, run against A&M, get the record, Tony Dorsett's record. Yeah, that's when I was like, okay, this is different. This is like, I don't know how. Because football, boy, can't play it. Love the game, but I saw very early. Joe Theismann, I told E. Henry when he was on for you last week. That was my first introduction to this game's dangerous. If you don't be careful, was Lawrence Taylor basically killing Joe Theismann and ruining his career. I don't know why. Snapping his leg. So, but yeah, Ricky Williams, easy. Like,
yeah, so you got to go back and watch like the 95 A&M game. And I mean, my gosh, the early part of that 98 season was ridiculous when he was running for 300 yards against Rice.
Damn.
2 and change. Because I'll never forget, like when he was deciding if he should come back, I remember talking to him and he's like, I got a chance to break the all-time rushing record. And I, went and looked at it, and he needed more than 2,000 yards. And I was like, wow, you got to have the dream season for that to happen. And he did it. And he knew he could break the all-time rushing touchdowns record, which he did. And he was trying to get Mac to let him return kicks because he was trying to get the total offense record. I mean, Ricky was such an interesting guy because super smart guy, but a little kid at heart, and played football with a joy like a little kid. Yeah. And I think that's what endeared him to his teammates so much, because here's this guy who could hammer you, punish you, and he's out there laughing and joking and being a California, personality, just laid back. But then, the social anxiety stuff, and he's a very layered guy. He's a twin. His twin sister, Cassie, who's wonderful, and his little sister, Niecy. And, of course, his mom, Sandy. Happy birthday to Ricky. That guy's had such an amazing journey. Because I remember when he was with the Dolphins and, they were testing him for weed all the time. He's having to drink all kinds of water to mask it. And I swear I thought he was trying to, get fired by the Dolphins so that, but then they were like, you're going to have to owe us the signing bonus back. I mean, it was just so messy. And then Saban kind of rejuvenated him in terms of his love of football again. And even though Saban didn't last long in the league, he got Ricky going again.
Yeah.
And Ricky, ended up playing with the Ravens after that. 10,000-yard rusher in the NFL. It's a good career, man.
Is it Hall of Fame worthy though?
No.
Nah.
No. But he was a great personality, great, fun to watch because, man, that power, that speed, that blend. He was Little Earl, and then said B came along. And he loved Ricky. And there they were, 1, 2, and 3 in the record books.
Yeah, it's pretty dope.
Pretty amazing.
That must have been an easy recruitment for Mac. Cedric Benson. Gotta go down to Midland League, West Texas, but felt like that was an easy recruitment. You didn't have to do much. Ricky did everything for you.
Yeah. Yeah, seriously.
Like I never really heard recruiting stories about Cedric Benson. I just remember seeing him for the first time when he carved up Westlake. And my petty ass, the Westlake hater that I am, you didn't see that very often.
Right.
And
well, when Houston Street was on, he talked about that game and how he kept, trying to hang on to said Benson getting run over, but he just kept going. I'm like, what the hell was going on up front that you as a safety was having to make all the tackles? You needed them to slow him up so that you could come in and clean that tackle instead of having him rampaging in the secondary. And he was like, all I know is I needed ice for a week. He's like, that was excruciating.
Yeah, there's just certain guys, no matter what the game plan is, it doesn't matter. You prepare all week. You think you got the good game plan. Your coach feels confident. We're gonna put all these guys in the box. All right. Have fun with that. Because Benson, God bless his soul, was for real. God, he was good. But
yeah, Houston also told a story about how when said B would sometimes train with Texas baseball, like in the spring. And when he first came over to Texas baseball to train, it was when they were freshmen in 2001. And Augie was like, hey, you remember this guy? And said, didn't remember him from running over him in the high school football playoffs. And then, Street ends up helping Texas win the World Series in 2002. And they became buddies in their time together at Texas. But the first time he went over to baseball, he's like, I don't know who's this guy. And Street's like, oh man, I was one of the guys you ran over on the way to the state title. But yeah, they're talking about how that was, such a amazing time in Texas athletics, that first decade of the 2000s.
Yeah.
And this is similar. What's going on now is similar. Now they they're winning national championships and everything but the big three. So now they gotta get it to where that's happening too, because they're winning and competing and right on the doorstep in seemingly every sport on campus. And now they gotta get over the line in football and basketball and baseball.
Who's it looking like? Who are they going to play?
So Tennessee is up right now. Tennessee is up 2-0 on Alabama. And the winner will face Texas tomorrow while we're on the air. So we might have a little, we'll keep you posted. We'll take care of you.
By the way, we haven't talked about this. You see your boy Brock Purdy got paid. His aid.
How about that? Good for him, man. That's so great.
What a story.
Yeah, it is.
Like,
Mr. Irrelevant to $265 million.
Ooh, Brock.
I mean, that's a lot to me.
Yeah. I know them taxes gonna hit a little dent in it, being in California and all, but still. Some good Skrilla, Brock.
181 million guaranteed. I mean, if he never plays, if that injury happens, he is set for life.
I mean,
and here's the thing. Well, go ahead.
I mean, his career is just interesting.
Yeah.
He got a lot of hype coming out of Ames. And there were times where you're like, yo, this dude's the real freaking deal. Then there were times where you're like, this guy, he's just ordinary.
Like when he threw 3 interceptions in the Big 12 title game.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't have great size, not your quote unquote quarterback size that you dream of, but he's shifty. And he's really good at ad-libbing.
This feels like too much for me.
Oh, I ain't paying him that much if I'm San Francisco.
I'm not paying him that much.
No.
I mean, I wouldn't have paid Dak either. I'm not just picking on Brock Purdy here, but I would have offered him something like, what's he going to say? No? Like, you could have offered him a 3-year deal, paying him $40 million a year. See if he holds up physically. Because now you're giving him a 5-year, $265 million contract with $181 million guaranteed. If something happens to him or he loses his fastball, you are hamstrung. Now, if he keeps getting better, like the Patrick Mahomes deal, when he signed that, the $400 million deal, 10 years, it was like, wow. And now you're like, man, they got Patrick Mahomes for 10 years at $40 million.
Got a good deal.
It's a good deal.
Good deal. His wife got new bosoms and everything. That's a good deal.
Got new bosoms. Does it get any better than that? Guy keeps going to Super Bowls and his wife got new bosoms. Let's go.
Oh, man.
Brittany Bosoms. Right?
What'd you say?
Brittany Bosoms Mahomes.
Yeah, Brittany Bosoms Mahomes. Yeah. Yeah, his brother hasn't gotten in any trouble lately. His dad, drunk, hasn't gotten in any trouble lately.
Hey, is the dad trying to make something of himself or no?
You remember he was going to fight Homeboy.
I know.
They had to cancel that. Because I don't think Mahomes Sr. was reliable.
Who was he going to fight?
Who was that? It was the washed pitcher.
Oh, the big white pitcher from Atlanta.
Yeah.
That's guy who's had some issues.
Yeah, he's been in some controversy stuff for
John Rocker. John Rocker.
Yeah. See,
yeah, former teammates. Rocker saw him in New Orleans, was like, hey. Pat Mahomes Sr.'s like,
They were about to fight right there on Bourbon. That would have been so ignorant. Yeah, the Mahomes family, Brittany and Pat Jr., they had to stop all that because you can't embarrass the family out here, senior. You already embarrassed the family a couple of times. Keep getting arrested and stuff, acting crazy.
What would you be comfortable paying Brock Purdy?
I'm a little stingier than you. He getting 30 mil from me.
Like, what would he have said? No? I mean, I know that NFLPA and the agents, and they're going to fight to make sure that the pay scale keeps going up, blah, blah, blah. But what was Brock Purdy going to say? No? If they offered him
gone
3 years at $30 million each?
Yeah. I don't know. He wasn't that good this year. Now they didn't have Christian McCaffrey, who want to say
now he doesn't have Debo.
Now you don't got Debo, but Christian McCaffrey coming back from them Achilles injuries. I don't like that.
Right.
I think he's over that 27 hump that they always doom on running backs. Once you hit 27, not too many guys could overcome that. So now C.J. McCaffrey having his issues. They kept Ayuk. You know, the brand, I know his agent used that to the advantage. The 49ers brand, like that'll go a long way. It's not quite the Cowboys, but it's close from those Montana, Jerry Rice, Steve Young days. Like a lot of people know that logo and are fans beyond the Bay Area. So being the quarterback for that team, that does mean something, which I think that's a big part why Dak got the money that he did. There's a certain pressure that comes with it. But I would have been stingy.
Dak got the money because Jerry doesn't draft quarterbacks like he should every other year. You got to keep growing and developing quarterbacks behind your starter on a rookie contract. And Jerry, I've said it, if Jerry drafted quarterbacks the way he's drafted tight ends, the Cowboys would never have paid Tony Romo the ridiculous contract they paid him at 33 when he had back issues, $52 million guaranteed. And oh gosh, we drafted Dak Prescott in the 4th round, and guess what? He was money as a rookie. That was his best year in the league. Was his first year when defenses didn't know what to expect, blah, blah, blah. And now it feels like Dak's regressing. But the culture of the Cowboys is so bad because of Jera. Like he has to know, but because he's constantly in the spotlight and players don't know whether to listen to him or the coach or him or the coach. And some players would go around the coach to Jerry for stuff. That's bad culture. That's bad leadership. It's bad alignment. Guys don't, and unless you have unbelievable player leadership like Troy Aikman and Darren Woodson, who are going to make sure the locker room is running things the right way, and they learned it from Jimmy, then stuff gets messy, and the Cowboys are messy. Now, 49ers, their system is great because you don't have to be, a superhuman to run it. It's a pretty, it focuses on that, 20 yards and less passing game. It's not a vertical passing game. But you got to be smart and you got to know where things are breaking, and Purdy's smart, and he beat my Lions, so I can't say crap. The Lions were up 24-7 to go to the Super Bowl.
Man, it's tough.
But Was that win worth 5 years and 265 million, 181 million guaranteed? Because if he doesn't win that game, he doesn't get this contract.
Well, if they would have made the playoffs and went on a little run this season without Christian McCaffrey, I would have been like, okay, Brock Purdy, you're showing me a little something. But this money, in my opinion, should mean this past season, you're still a playoff team even without CMC because your quarterback has elevated you to that point.
Yeah, but a lot of their problems were on defense. They couldn't stop the run. That's why they drafted Alfred Collins, because they couldn't stop the run.
Which makes this deal even dumber because we're not paying Brock Purdy all this money. Let's use it for some defensive players, which they re-signed Fred Warner for a solid contract. But okay, we can't stop the run. Maybe we need to invest in some interior defensive linemen. That'd probably be next. And Brock Purdy, if he wants to win, he should understand that and say, you know what? I'm going to take less money. That's cool. I'm good with that. But, man, 265.
Yeah, this feels –
Brock.
This is – I'll be stunned if this works out. Let's put it that way. And it's gotten crazy for these quarterbacks. And I'm like, don't pay him. Franchise him, let him go. You know, unless you got one that's absolutely proven he can get it done at the highest level, a Tom Brady, a Patrick Mahomes, then I think you go Moneyball, because that quarterback position can just ruin the team. All the players know what that quarterback's making, and if that quarterback isn't leading them to the promised land, the rest of the locker room's like, man, this guy ain't it. And he's eating up our whole cap. Now, Brock Purdy's like the nicest guy around, but everyone's nice until you're not winning games. Then people are like, I mean, we know, just look at social media. Find out what a loser you are. I mean, but it is a great story. It's a great story. Texas beat Brock Purdy every time.
Every time.
Every time. And there was a game there where I was like, ooh, this doesn't look good. And they still won. So that's huge for Iowa State, man. They're going to be plastering Brock Purdy all over the place out there in Ames.
As they should.
I mean,
that love.
Rocco Becht, he probably went there because of Brock Purdy.
Probably.
Right?
They have a similar game. Not the biggest guys, not the best arm, but very smart. Being able to improvise on the fly, surprise you with their underrated athleticism. I see it.
I mean, Brock Purdy's best win of his life was against the Lions.
Yeah.
And he ran. He used his legs when he had to. Because, like, is there a game while he was at Iowa State that you were like, oh?
Not really. And Rex is right. I think there was that one where they came all the way back.
Oh, yeah. Herman had a 10-point lead in the third quarter and decided to do a fake punt.
Yeah. Brees Hall. I remember that now.
Yeah, the five-star.
Yeah, wearing those dumbass black jerseys.
Yeah. 5-star culture beat 5-star talent. Sorry. Yeah. I'm sorry. I tend to block out the Tom Herman final year. And God, Tom Herman.
What's Tom doing? Does Tom get another gig? Is he just chilling?
He's probably out at the club.
Tom can't go hang with Saban, which I don't think Saban would allow him. But You would think, coming from that Urban Meyer tree, that would mean something. But Urban doesn't have
it would mean your style doesn't work anymore.
That's what I'm saying. Urban doesn't have the best reputation right now.
And he knows it. Oh.
That's rough.
Ego's gone wild. Both of those dudes, Urban and Tom. Yeah, remember this guy, the kicker for Iowa State? I could never pronounce this guy's name. Ass Alley, I called him, but it was a solid, Connor. I don't know. If someone knows how to pronounce this name, let us know.
I hate it.
Looks like Ass Alley to me, but
I hated those Iowa State teams. That's what Matt Campbell should have left. He had his chance.
He's raising his kids. Leave him alone.
F them kids.
He wanted his kids to be able to go have lifelong childhood friends and go through
corn. Eating corn every day. Ames isn't the place to be.
Corn, not in the Matt Campbell household. He's making bank.
He's doing them a disservice by raising them in Ames.
Wow, good Midwestern values.
There's other Midwestern towns you could go to that are a lot better.
You got to trudge through the snow. You got to deal with frostbite.
It's awful. That's awful.
Huh?
His kids are going to grow up and resent him because they're going to.
Okay, well, that's why he stayed. So if his kids resent him, then he totally blew it. But he also he wants Ohio State, he wants Notre Dame. Now he's got to keep winning at Iowa State to stay in the mix on those jobs.
Because now it's Ryan Day ain't going nowhere.
Careful, he almost would have been out if they'd tripped anywhere short of the national championship.
I know, and now he's a made man.
He should be. That. Ohio State fans are ignorant.
Oh, they are ignorant, but he made
they'll run off.
Get rid of him.
They'll run off anybody, man.
Not now. As long as he's not horny like Urban, which I don't think he is. Keep dyeing the beard, Ryan Day. You look good, bro. No gray. We see no gray. Keep dyeing the beard. It's working, clearly. I'm curious. Do we have Hummer on today? Is Hummer still? Where Hummer at?
No, Hummer's on. He's on tomorrow. He's co-hosting.
Okay, perfect. Ask Hummer about Brian Hartline because I'm very curious how that's going to work. Isn't Hartline calling the plays too?
Yeah.
Like Ryan Day's saying, you know what? I'm not going back to calling.
Yeah, allegedly.
Allegedly. Okay, because that could change.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah.
You lose to Michigan State. Only put up 15 points. Losing to Michigan State. Out here losing to USC.
What if Texas runs them?
Hey, it depends how that looks. If it's the defense getting ate up, then Jim Knowles going to be over there, State College, with his feet kicked up on his desk, smoking a cigar, saying, yeah. Yeah. All I wanted was a little bonus. Jim Knowles wasn't asking for much.
No, he wanted a new contract.
A new contract, which I understand that. Caleb Downs, which I'm sure Caleb Downs was highly motivated due to the paper that was thrown at him, but
and he lived up to it.
He lived up to it. Also, Caleb Downs
but he lived up to it.
I'm sure Caleb Downs, being the smart football player he is, saw that defense and said, I can fit here, even though he was influenced by that paper. But yeah, who's their defensive coordinator at Ohio State?
Matt Patricia.
Patricia, yeah, we talked about that yesterday. Matt Patricia, backwards hat and all. So
backwards hat, no brains.
You give Patricia a bad rap, man. He keeps getting gigs. How does he keep getting gigs? You can't be dumb and you keep getting opportunities.
He'll run out of gigs.
Not everybody's a head coach, though. Maybe he's finally realizing that.
Yeah.
Not everybody's a head coach. We've seen
But what
it
was, to me, the end of the Belichick era in New England was when he made Patricia the offensive coordinator.
It's crazy.
Are you kidding me? The guy was your defensive. He's been a defensive coach the whole time you've known him. And then you're like, yeah. It was almost like an FU to Tom Brady. It's like, we're gonna show we can move the ball with anybody calling plays. And then they went absolute beach wreck, train off the tracks, dumpster fire. And Kraft was like, you know what? I'm done. I'm done with this. I'm done with your egos gone wild, Bill. I like Tom Brady, who just told me it was going to be the best draft pick I ever made, and then won me 6 Super Bowls.
Tom wanted too much money.
No, he didn't.
Then later he won money?
No, he wanted $23 million. That's all he wanted was $23 million.
That was too much at the time. All he wanted.
And Belichick told Kraft he doesn't have it. He doesn't have it anymore. And then he went and won a Super Bowl with Tampa Bay.
I mean, it was a bad call by Bill. But, hey,
bad.
Bill
because Bill couldn't stand the debate. Bill couldn't stand the debate. You know what this Jordan Hudson thing's all about? Somebody just loving on him because he's not a likable guy.
Oh, that's what you think it is.
Now he's finally got someone who's just loving on him. Now, I don't know what's going on now. Someone says they're engaged. Other people are like, this thing's going to blow up.
Nah, Bill's the man. Bill has his ex and Jordan Hudson fighting over him at a Nantucket party in front of everybody.
That's the latest?
Money. That's the latest. That's
give it to me. Is this the right call? Do we have to wait?
The right call. This is just part of Chip and Zay.
Because this is the best off-season story in football right now.
Easy. It just gets better and better.
It just gets better and better.
So according to U.S. Weekly, Jordan Hudson and Linda Holliday, Bill Belichick's former girlfriend, reportedly went toe-to-toe at a holiday party shortly after Hudson and Belichick went public with their relationship. Toe-to-toe, earrings Christmas? Off.
At Christmas time?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Which makes me think Bill.
Wait, they put hands on each other?
I don't know. It said toe to toe, so I don't know.
Okay,
probably I'm just gonna think the worst because that's how I get down. Like, earrings off, ready to go. Hold my purse. And if they are arguing, in my opinion,
this isn't Springer.
It's close.
R.I.P. Jerry Springer.
It's pretty damn close if you ask me. But this makes me think Bill Belichick was seeing Jordan Hudson during the relationship.
Yeah, you know why? Because Jordan Hudson came snuggling in. Bill couldn't believe it and was like, I better keep this other thing warm till I see if this Jordan Hudson thing's got any legs to it. And then he saw her legs and they kept showing up. And he was like, yeah, probably time to cut old Linda loose. Yeah.
You think Linda at her age could bust it open like Jordan can? Absolutely not.
How old's Linda?
More Bill's age.
More age appropriate?
More age appropriate, where it's not weird.
It's so weird. God, it feels like she's got something on him.
Yeah, Linda Holliday, 62. Yeah, she ain't getting down like Jordan.
Yeah, they're 11 years age difference.
Yeah.
Jordan Hudson, 49 years. Which, listen, I was divorced. I get it. If you came out of a absolutely dead marriage, And suddenly this nubile, bouncy, horny 20-something comes flying into your life. You're like, it's like what I've said. Remember that scene in Animal House where the kid is sitting on his bed looking at Playboy, and then the girl comes flying through the window, and he's like, "Thank you, God."
Yeah.
That's what this is. Bill was just sitting there reading Playboy, and Jordan Hudson came flying into his life, and he's like, "Thank you, God."
No.
And now, hey, it's undefeated.
It's undefeated. Absolutely.
But how long can you let it be undefeated when it's maybe he doesn't care?
Yeah, he shouldn't. He shouldn't care.
How much does he care about North Carolina football right now?
Yo, my man Mac Brown, low key, taking jabs at Bill. I ain't gonna lie.
Okay, what do we got?
So
What'd Max say?
Let me pull up.
Max can get salty.
Yeah, you get salty. Let me find it. Okay.
I mean, yeah.
So Mac was on College Sports, Sirius XM the other day. And when he was asked about North Carolina, he said that UNC has invested money and lowered their academic standards for Bill. He's quoted saying they've committed money to it. They've helped them with academics. They've lowered those standards some. So there's absolutely no reason they shouldn't be successful.
Okay. Good for Mac.
Good for Mac.
Be petty.
I'd be petty too. They ain't do nothing for me. And I wasn't messy like Bill here. Bill's out here.
Mac was a little messy getting the job.
How was he messy getting the job?
He was campaigning with the big boosters behind Fedora's back.
Oh, that's just networking. That ain't campaigning. That's networking. That's just knowing
networking.
Yeah.
He was networking.
Ain't his fault. He has connections. He's cool. He's a cool guy. He's
right. If Fedora was doing a good job, they wouldn't listen to Mac.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Then they turned their back on them. They weren't giving them this paper. How is Bill
always happens. Always happens.
Come on, man.
Look at Bob Kraft turned his back on Bill Belichick. It comes to an end. The only guy who left on top is who? John Madden? John Madden was like, you know what? I don't like to fly. I don't need this as much as I thought. And then he ended up as the world's greatest football broadcaster. Yeah, and now we're going to get to see Nick Cage play him in a movie.
He's going to botch that. I'm sorry. Nick Cage.
Come on, Nick Cage. Man, blow me away.
I have no faith in that.
Surprise me.
Maybe Christian Bell, Al Davis. Maybe. And that's really stretching it for me. Because Al Davis, that's a character right there. Christian Bell's an amazing actor. We're talking The Dark Knight here. You know, what's that movie where he was crazy as hell? American Psycho? Yo, Christian Bell, range. So I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt more. It's not like Nicolas Cage is a bad actor. We talked about this.
No, he's got great stuff on his resume.
Great stuff. It's just, that's the point. Like, he's been in too many things. So him playing John Madden, I don't know, y'all.
Who the hell is Nick Cage's agent? Because that dude is doing a great job. Like, John Madden, Nick Cage. I hope he blows me away.
Yeah.
I mean, that John Madden documentary is fantastic. The NFL Life on NFL Network, fantastic.
Football Life.
The Football Life, yeah.
Those are always good.
And then the Madden, even though they did it posthumously, the Madden documentary.
Video game one?
Video game and how he got involved in it, and then how it became like he got more and more involved as it went on. Yeah. And he's a fascinating character, man.
Yeah. One of my favorites of all time.
Yeah. Yeah, he and Pat Summerall, man.
Yeah. All right, so we bashed Bill enough. I gotta go devil's advocate a little bit here because I gotta praise Bill because everybody's looking at the Bill Belichick situation. They got something to say, mostly negative. I try to spin it in a different way because every man's dream, just once, not all the time, because you don't want to be a toxic individual, is to have two women fighting over him. Especially like at a party or somewhere, it's real embarrassing. You don't want crazy stuff to come out, but to have two women fighting over you.
Okay, what does it tell you? What does it tell you that Linda is pissed at Jordan over Bill? It tells you that Jordan was scheming.
It's not good, but also Linda could be just jealous. She could be younger thing out here. Like, this is embarrassing. It probably has Linda in her feelings because now she's comparing herself to a 24-year-old, which I'm sure
Linda might have had there have been something really good there, really solid. Like maybe they got a great relationship. Maybe they were meant to grow old together. They like travel. They like the same kind of music. We know that Bill Belichick and Jordan, what do they have in common? They both like football?
Old soul.
Huh?
She could have an old soul.
Old soul?
She might like the Beatles.
She might like the Beatles. Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Like, they got things in common. Everybody sees the age and we're like, they don't got nothing in common. They got something.
Yeah, boys have a penis, girls have a vagina.
All I'm saying, Bill Belichick, you macking to me, dog. Two women fighting over you at a very popular party. That's what I'm talking about.
You know how everyone wanted to watch Colorado in Deion's first year? Because it's Prime. We got to see what Prime's going to do. Took Jackson State to great heights. Now he's at Colorado where coaches go to die. North Carolina is going to be that this year.
Jeez.
Because of the rubbernecking, the crash. Everyone wants to see the crash. They're expecting the crash.
Yeah.
If they don't get the crash, Bill Belichick, baby, you might still have something. Because I gave up on you a long time ago. I knew it was all Tom Brady. Tom Brady, he never got to work with the same receivers, except for Julian Edelman, these undersized guys. Like he never got good receivers in the draft. Now, I'll give it to Belichick. I know people are going to say, what are you talking about? Edelman's a football player. He was not a great receiver. In fact, he was a terrible receiver who trained himself to become a good receiver. He was a quarterback.
Yeah,
he was yeah. And that's going to go down as one of Brady's best receivers. And when Randy Moss had the 23 touchdown catch season and set the NFL record, and they went undefeated and then lost to the Giants, and Randy just wanted a little money, a little contract, Belichick was like,
yeah.
But Brady made sure that whatever liverwurst they gave him at receiver.
Liverwurst, come on, man.
Seriously, who's the white kid? Hogan? I mean, Troy Brown.
Troy Brown was nice.
Troy Brown's a football player. He's a defensive back. Rashay Caldwell. They had Deion Branch. Guess what? Deion wanted money. See ya.
Yeah.
Went to Seattle.
Danny Amendola was cold. He was nice.
Yeah. For some reason, those guys.
Wes Welker.
Yeah. Wes finally got tired of it and went and made some money, I think, somewhere, Denver or something.
Yeah.
But, yeah. It's amazing. I could watch 10 documentaries on Tom Brady and the Patriots, and that book needs to come out. Maybe it's out.
Watch that Apple TV one. I've never seen that. Don't they have one on Apple TV where they're talking about the history?
Yeah. I need to go back. I think I started that and I didn't finish it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're right, Roy. You had that killer on this team. The killer was a problem.
He wasn't a problem with the Patriots until
he was a problem.
Until the cops realized, hey, we think Aaron Hernandez murdered 2 people in Florida. We gotta go check this out.
That dude was good, man. He was just crazy. He was just,
You're always looking for a killer. You're always looking for an assassin.
Exactly.
You actually had one. You literally had one. Yeah. You got a guy headed for death row on your football team.
Making plays, going to Pro Bowls.
Like a killer.
Yeah. Winning Super Bowls.
Super Bowls. Like a killer. Man.
Oh, what a time.
Okay, so PFF came out with its top quarterback rooms. Top quarterback rooms heading into 2025. Texas did not make the top 10.
Okay.
Now, let me tell you who did. Okay.
All right.
Oh, Lord. Come on. Ohio State made it. What you know about Ohio State's quarterback room?
Just Julian Sand and that other kid that they're battling with him. But both of those guys aren't proven.
Okay, number 1. You want me to start at 10 and count it down? I'll start at 10. Ohio State. Ohio State's quarterback room is essentially the exact same as Alabama's. This is PFF. Neither has any starting experience, but they each feature a pair of former 5-star recruits along with a former 4-star. Redshirt freshman Julian Sayin is the favorite. He was a top 10 overall recruit from the 2024 class, and only DJ Lagway was ranked higher. True freshman Tavian St. Clair was the number 4 overall recruit in the 25 cycle. So they're basing it all on projection. They're obviously not buying Trey Owens or KJ Lacey. All right, number 9 quarterback room going into college football season 2025, according to Pro Football Focus, Alabama. None of the Crimson Tide's options at quarterback have started a game yet, but it's still a room with a lot of potential. Redshirt junior Ty Simpson, true freshman Keelan Russell. I like Keelan Russell. That dude may end up being the guy, like this year. We'll
That's
see.
new from Duncanville, right? Yeah, I like him too. He could play.
Number 8, Auburn. Jackson Arnold. Ashton Daniels. After starting for Stanford, he's in that room. And Deuce Knight, true freshman Deuce Knight. Number 7, Penn State. I'm not a buyer of Drew Aller at all. So I don't get this, but I know a lot of people are high on Drew Aller. I think every meaningful game he's played in, he has shrunk. And I don't know, that interception he threw against Notre Dame with the game on the line, you blame him for that?
I can't remember how that play went. I remember him throwing the interception, but I don't remember exactly
I blame him.
But
That dude does not have it. All right, number 6, Miami, Carson Beck. Redshirt sophomore Emory Williams and freshman Luke Nickel. Number 5, Clemson, Cade Klubnik, redshirt sophomore Christopher Vezina. Number 4, Florida, DJ Lagway. Louisville transfer Harrison Bailey and Clay Millen, who used to be at Colorado State. Number 3, Arizona State, Sam Levitt, Jeff Sims. Number 2, SMU, Kevin Jennings. And 6th-year senior Tyler Van Dyke, who used to be at Miami and Wisconsin.
Wow. All right.
How about that? And Ty Hawkins. And number 1, LSU. You got Garrett Nussmeier. You've got Mississippi State transfer Michael Van Buren, who I thought he was pretty good as a freshman at Mississippi State last year.
No, not bad at all.
Showed some promise. So what do you think?
I understand why Texas isn't on this list. I mean, even Arch is unproven in a way. Obviously, he's shown his stuff a little bit in the games that Quinn Ewers missed, but for a full season, we don't know what Arch is yet. We know his upside. We know what he could be capable of and his versatility, but we've yet to see it on a regular basis as a starter. Ain't nobody seen Trey Owens except for us watching the spring game a year ago. That's what we're basing everything on Trey Owens. Yes, we've heard good things, but Trey Owens got no clock last year. Hell, when he did get clocked, Sark didn't even let him complete a pass or throw a pass. I was like, damn, Steve, can we let him show off the arm a little bit? I know he's busting his ass in practice and stuff, but I know you're up by 50, but let him throw a quick screen, something. We didn't see nothing of Trey Owens this past year, which, again, you're the third-string quarterback. Why would we? So I get that a little bit, but some of these other teams, like the Ohio State one, I don't really understand that, but it's all subjective.
So this is the year that Steve Sarkisian needed Trey Owens to stay. I'm not saying he didn't let him showcase his talents last year for fear that other teams would come calling, because I heard they kind of sniffed around him anyway. But this is the year that Sark needed him to stay, and obviously they brought in the kid from Troy,
Matthew
Caldwell, as like insurance. And that's really if something happens to Trey Owens. I'm high on Trey Owens. I think I'm probably higher than most. I think he's going to be really good. And let's be honest, if Arch comes back for another year, Trey Owens is gone. He's going to be like, hey, man, I tried. I stayed. I got to go see if I can get this party started somewhere, like Malik Murphy.
Yeah.
Because you're entering your 3rd year and you just want to see light. And you got KJ Lacey behind you, you got Dia Bell behind you. And I think Trey Owens could be like Mac Jones, a guy who waits his turn, then gets his turn, shines, and maybe holds off the young gun. Like Mac Jones did with Bryce Young. Bryce Young redshirted while Mac was winning the national championship in 2020. So, we'll see. But I think Texas should be in that top 10. But that's just me. I'm not like passionate about it, but I think Trey Owens is better than people realize.
Yeah, I do too. As I'm saying, like no one's seen him. Like if you really watch that spring game, which the defense was very suspect in that game, you have no idea what Trey Owens is about. And you're looking at his history as a high schooler where majority of the sites that do these rankings had him as a 3-star player. So we know Steve Sarkisian and the development of these guys, it don't matter if you're a 3-star, 2-star, if you come in with the right mindset, you're ready to work, and they see that upside in you and they can bring that out of you with their development, then sky's the limit there. And I think Trey Owens is one of those guys. I like the comparison to Mac Jones, where in Sark's system, with his talents, even though some might have put it to the side and didn't think he had that coming out of high school, through development, you could see him shine. It's just, when is he going to get that opportunity? And is he patient enough to wait for that opportunity here? Because I'm right there with you. If Arch comes back, he out of here. And he's going to go to one of these other schools like Baylor or something, or Louisville, one of them schools that might not be a blue blood, but you can make some noise in your conference and tear it up. I can easily see that happening for Trey Owens. I hope it doesn't. I hope he can wait it out, but you can't knock the man for wanting the opportunity to get on the field and showcase his talents like we saw with Malik Murphy. It's just, how much is he buying into AJ Millie and Sark and the patience with that?
Yeah. Well, this is the year. You needed Trey Owens to be there as a second-year guy with familiarity in the system. Just like, you could survive last year with Arch as a second-year guy, familiar with the system. And Sarkisian hates playing freshman quarterback, true freshman quarterbacks, because his offense is a lot. Got to have some comfortability with it. And when Alabama was cooking, it was, you start for 1 year, go to the pros. You start for 1 year, go to the pros. You start for 1 year. I mean, guys are willing to wait their turn because they're playing for the national championship every year. So we'll see if Sark can. I mean, it's unprecedented. It's never happened. The odds are against it ever happening again. But Sarkisian's done a pretty good job through 4 years of getting the program to where it's now being talked about as a reload and a team that is expected to contend for the championship every year. Kudos to him.
How many of these experts and guys who cover college football have picked Texas to win it all this year? I appreciate it, but I don't like it.
On paper, you should be picking Clemson because they've got experience in both lines. They've got Klubnik, and their receivers are young and getting better. I mean, I don't know why they're not picking Clemson. Probably because Dabo's been such a, well, I don't need the portal. People are afraid to, they think time has passed Dabo by. But Clemson's got the most proven experience at key places. I don't know.
I mean, we talked about it when we were leading up to that first round game with Texas and Clemson, college football playoff, about all their guys being young, but they got a lot of talent. And they got a player on the edge. I forget his name, but that dude, he could be a top 10 pick this upcoming draft. And then Kay Klubnik, you can easily see him winning the Heisman this year.
TJ Parker.
TJ Parker, that's it.
Sophomore last year.
Yeah, he wears number 3 or something.
Number 3.
That dude, he's a problem. So Dabo now going in the portal a little bit. I don't think he lost much in the portal himself. And Klubnik finally becoming the man and what everybody's been expecting of him to, are you going to be that Deshaun Watson? Are you going to be that Trevor Lawrence for us? Looks like he wants that. Like, he was doing some stuff last year, man. Like, I know Manny Muhammad still wakes up in the cold sweat. Nightmares he had Kay Klubnik carving him up in that game. That was impressive showing by the Westlake Chaparral.
Yeah, Bryant Wesco, Antonio Williams, TJ Moore. Those are 2 freshmen and a sophomore from last year. I mean, they're all back.
They had a really good tight end. I think he's in the NFL now.
Yeah, Brenningstool. He's gone.
Brenningstool.
But yeah, I mean, they lost, they lost RJ Mickens. They lost the Butkus finalist, Barrett Carter. But, that defensive line all returns. The offensive line has 3 starters back. Clemson would be my preseason number 1 because Klubnik's, man, kidding me? He's got 3 years of starting experience. I mean, some fans were ready to give up on him. He didn't have any weapons around him. Thank God they had the recruiting class they did. A receiver. You and I were laughing about, do they have any brothers that can line up at receiver? It was all Will Shipley or whatever. I mean, so watch out for Dabo.
They got LSU and South Carolina at the end of the season. That's really their only games.
Everyone playing SMU.
Come on.
What?
Come on.
Killing me with that. Killing me.
Y'all got y'all's quarterback back. Other than that, who else?
I mean,
and I like my man, y'all's quarterback. What's his name? Oak Cliff.
Kevin Jennings.
Oak Cliff. I like him. That Oak Cliff swagger about him. Don't take no.
Yeah, Clemson. I listen. SMU is about the only game they play outside of Florida State. I mean, is Louisville going to be any good? Yeah, it's LSU, South Carolina, and SMU.
Yeah, that last game's going to mean something against South Carolina. That game, that's going to mean something because I expect South Carolina to be good this year. All the noise we're hearing about Lenora Sellers,
I need to know who's playing running back for South Carolina because Rocket Sanders had a lot to do with Lenora Sellers' success. When you have a running back that the defense has to game plan for, man, that frees up the quarterback to make those big debilitating plays with his legs, and he's a special athlete. Now, maybe he doesn't need a running back. Maybe South Carolina has him. Maybe they got him lined up. But Rocket Sanders was pretty good last year.
I don't think he got drafted, man.
I know. Isn't that crazy?
Weird. He must have been like Shadur Sanders and stuff, just botching interviews, walking out. Like, because he was better than that. Like, that's a guy you draft. Like, so he's on the Chargers now.
Yeah, let me
Yeah, do
get
that
his.
research, man, because some ain't adding up. He must have been wilding in the streets or something like that, where he ain't worth the risk. He might be one of them brothers.
He was pretty good last year. Yeah, and in 2022 he ran for 1,400 plus yards at Arkansas, 10 touchdowns, 6.5 a carry. Then those carries fell off. He said, I gotta go. I got things to do.
We got an OU fan. We welcome everybody here on Chip and Zay. Don't have to be Longhorn fans, Sooners, Aggies. Welcome all y'all. Shout out to Sooner Cowboys, man, who says OU's going to surprise some teams this season. The quarterback position was the worst position of the team last year. Definitely winning more than 6 games this year. Okay, Sooner Cowboys, talk your stuff.
Yeah, I mean, they're positioned to have a big turnaround year because Mateer is a lot like Sam Levitt. He's athletic as hell. He's accurate. He's a winner. He's a warrior. A lot like Sam Levitt. So if I say that to Texas fans, that catches their attention. Because I think right now they're like, Mateer, they don't know. They didn't stay up and watch Pac-12 after dark and watch this dude at Washington State. Most people don't know anything about John Mateer, or they haven't seen him. But this guy's a special athlete. See if they can keep him healthy.
Yeah, I got to see it before I go and hand him the Heisman, because the teams that he was playing last year,
Right.
a lot of G5 in there. So he was putting up numbers. He did his thing. But when you got South Carolina on your schedule and Ole Miss and Bama and LSU, the schedule isn't as hard as last year, but it's still difficult. Like, they have to go to Columbia. They go to Knoxville, even though the Nico situations left Tennessee a little hurting, to say the least. They got to go to Tuscaloosa. Obviously, they got Red River. So, Sooner Cowboys, maybe more than 6, but I don't think they win more than 8.
All right, let me look at this. I'll tell you how many games they're going to win. Okay. They'll beat Illinois State. So there's 1. That Michigan game, I don't know how good Michigan is. Because is their quarterback situation that much better? They lost Mason Graham. They lost Will Johnson. They could win that game in Norman. I'll give it to them. They'll beat Temple. So there's 3. Then they get Auburn in Norman. Jackson Arnold against his old team. Yeah. If Auburn is any good, it'll show up in that game.
They got Eric Singleton, revenge game.
And Hugh Freeze bet on the wrong quarterbacks the first couple of years. Peyton Thorne. Kent State, they'll beat Kent State. So let's say they lose to Auburn, but I'm not sure that they lose to Auburn.
Give them that win. Give them Auburn. They're at home. Give them Auburn.
Okay. So they're 5-0. The Texas game is going to be a war. I'm going to give it to Texas. Arch Manning. At South Carolina, we'll see if the Gamecocks can recreate that magic. But yeah, their losses are in the back end. I think they lose to Texas, could lose to South Carolina. They get Ole Miss in Norman. Austin Simmons. How good is Austin Simmons? Can he hang with John Mateer? And then at Tennessee, at Alabama, Mizzou, LSU. Yeah, they're going to win.
Is this a 9-3 team?
It could be.
It could be, huh?
Yep. Could be. Yeah, that schedule's not. That's, I know you're playing at Tennessee, at Alabama, home against LSU, home against Ole Miss, and Auburn. How good is Auburn? Lance Taylor thinks Auburn's going to be pretty good. So,
Steven says 8-4 at best.
Okay. If Mateer is, I've been saying Mateer is this year's Diego Pavia, and the difference is he's got a better defense to work with, but they need that running back from Cal to be money. The Jaden Ott kid.
That's OU's running back?
Yeah, they got him in the portal. He was the number 1 running back in the portal. I'll get you the numbers here. Let's see. Come on.
See, I could see Arch coming back just so he could play Ole Miss, Tennessee.
That's funny.
That'd be dope. I feel like his uncle's probably letting him know, like, hey, you gotta come back just so you can play the real SEC teams. You got that quote unquote light schedule. I'm ready for the matchups. I'm ready to see Texas at Death Valley. Going back to Tuscaloosa. The Gainesville game is going to be fun. I'm excited to see what that's like because I like that stadium. I believe that stadium's cool.
I mean, Jaden Ott, he didn't have great numbers last year. He had better numbers in 23. And I get it. It's Cal. He had 1,300 yards rushing and 12 touchdowns in 23. In 24, he had 116 carries for 385 yards. That's 3.3 a carry and 4 touchdowns rushing. That's not a sure thing. So OU's trying to piecemeal that offense back together. They lost an offensive lineman to Missouri last year.
That's right.
All right. Let's get a couple mentions in here. We'll get to the commentary. Hey, cover three. You want to go watch the SEC baseball tournament? You want to watch softball regional action tomorrow night? Head over to Cover 3. Great place to hang out. Great vibe, great food, great service. High-end food without the high-end prices. Cover 3 Anderson. Cover 3 Round Rock. And Cover 2 at 183 in Lake Creek. You got happy hour from 3:30 to 6:30. Happy hour 3:30 to close on Mondays, and don't forget about brunch on the weekends. Be making your brunch plans at Cover 3. Awesome brunch. The do-it-yourself Bloody Mary bar, the muffin tops, not the whole muffin, just the top, just the best part. Fantastic. Hey, McCall Custom Homes, if you're ready to do a little renovation, let someone who cares about the details handle that for you. And that's Mike McCall Custom Homes, 40 years, family owned and operated. And they know that the key is making you happy so that the word of mouth leads to other projects. So they're going to make sure that yours is done just the way you want it, probably better, because they're going to bring some ideas to the party. And then they're going to oversee your renovation all the way through. They're not going to send off some crew to do the work and you never see Mike again. That's not how he rolls. So go to McCallCustomHomesATX.com. Give him a call and just see, match up the visions. It's a beautiful thing. And for my guys who are snoring, the Sleep Cycle Center. I'm telling you, this is a must. You owe it to yourself because, Dr. Chad at Sleep Cycle Center, he started that and made it his life's passion because he lost his dad at age 60 to sleep apnea. Never wanted anyone else to experience that again. This is one of the things you need to get checked out. If you're snoring, it's not just annoying to the person next to you. It could be the sign of a major health risk. And you go to sleepcyclecenters.com because they have locations in Arboretum and Lakeway, and tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. You're going to get $100 off your sleep studies, practically giving it away because he wants you to get diagnosed. And that he's got the best technology, the best treatment options, including an oral appliance, which is what I have. My mouth guard, it holds my lower jaw open when I sleep, get that good deep sleep instead of waking myself up all the time because I don't have any oxygen. Go to sleepcyclecenters.com. Tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent you. You'll be glad you did. And AV Consultations, our guy, Tom McKay. How excited is he for the Dallas Stars in the Western Conference Finals? Let's go. But he wants to make sure you have a big screen TV big enough to feel like you're on the sidelines at the game. But, he's going to come tell you what makes sense. Like Tom's put big screen TVs in 3 different houses for me. And this house I'm in now, I was like, hey, I want 100-inch. He's like, no, not on that wall. 85, perfect. He was right. He's the expert. So he's not going to oversell you. He's going to tell you what you need. And that's why Tom is great to work with. You just call 255-8678, area code 512, of course, 255-8678. Tom and his crew will bring everything to you. They'll bring you the best price on big screens, surround sound, a whole new media room, surveillance, electronic shades, new lighting. Got it. All you got to do is call 255-8678. Tell them Texas Sports Unfiltered sent ya. All right. Let's get to the chip shot. This is an interesting week because you've got, for Texas fans, you got Texas men's golf, number 4 in the nation, heading out to the NCAA championships. You got softball, getting ready to host Super Regional tomorrow night. You got baseball in the SEC tournament. And Alabama and Tennessee are tied. So we're not quite sure who Texas is going to be playing tomorrow. But it's exciting times because all these teams are in the top 5. Texas baseball, Texas softball, And men's golf, number 4. Baseball's number 2. Softball's number 3. And you're going to be, they got a shot. They got a shot to win big titles. But they also have everybody gunning for them. And you got Clemson coming in softball. And Clemson has they do this weird thing. Their coach, John Rittman, who used to be at Stanford for a long time. And then I don't know what happened there. I guess it ran its course. But he plays 2 pitchers, and he plays them pretty much every game. He starts his senior Reese Basinger, and then about midway through the game, even if she's dealing, he takes her out and puts in Brooke McCubbin. Like their last 6 games, they've won 10 in a row. And their last 6, which was the 3-game sweep of the ACC tournament and the 3-game sweep of the regional, Reese Basinger started the game. Midway through, Brooke McCubbin came in, whether Reese was dealing or giving up runs. So it's a very interesting approach. Whereas I think most coaches start a pitcher and hope that they can go as long as they can, as long as they're holding up. But maybe that's obviously it's working. And they've got offense. Their ERA, their team ERA is lower than Texas's. And they can hit the top. They've got 4 players who are batting over 400.
Damn.
They've got 9 players total batting 300 or more. Texas has 6. And they've got hitting throughout their lineup, whereas Texas tends to be top heavy. It's Mia Scott, Caden Henry.
Reese Atwood.
Ashton Maloney leading off. Reese Atwood. Reese Atwood is, back-to-back 20 home run seasons, never been done. She broke the record last year with 20. Now she's just setting records. And she's 6 RBI shy of her single season record of 90 that she set last year. That's going to be a good test for Texas. So, Clemson's complete. They've got pitching and hitting, and they've got veterans, but they also have, good young players too. So I think it's going to be a good test. And then, Texas baseball, we got to get my man Will Gasparino going.
Let's go, man.
He's batting 132 in his last 12 games.
Oh, shit.
5 for 38.
Damn, I didn't know it was that bad.
He's 2 for 20 in his last 7 games. So we had someone, say on the comments that it goes back to when he got into it with Gavin Cash against A&M, and it kind of does. Like, that's when his numbers fell off. When he got into it, of course, Michael Early blamed Gasparino for starting the altercation. Schlossnagel said, I didn't see it. I didn't see how it started. I went to get a drink. But, they need Will Gasparino. We know that because through the first half of the season, he was leading the team in home runs, RBI. He was, we had people saying he's the best center fielder in college baseball. And at that time, it was hard to argue. So he's got to get going again.
Oh, that's a slump.
And it sounds like our guy, Jonah Williams, is banged up again.
See, man.
He needs Torrey Becton.
I hope.
Like, Torrey Becton doesn't have these soft tissue injuries. I'm just saying. I don't know what's going on there with the baseball, strength and conditioning, or if Jonah's not, is he doing everything he's supposed to be doing? But the hamstring, it can linger. Those things can can be a bear. So I'm here in Gasparino, by the way. We'll be in the lineup tomorrow, and away we go. So whatever was going on, hopefully it's in the past. But but Jonah, it sounds like, is on the mend.
I do not like that. Like, his body is going to go through the ringer because he's a two-sport athlete. And injuries happen. I understand that. But if you're getting hurt in the game where there's not much contact, I get you can get hit with the ball and stuff, but it's a hamstring injury. This is just him running. It's not good.
Yeah.
It's not good.
Schlossnagel said he's not sure if Jonah Williams will play this weekend. Priority is getting him as ready as possible for the regional next week. So, which is interesting because now that Baloo is back,
where do you put him?
It's Tommy Farmer.
Tommy Farmer's been playing some good baseball.
Right.
I'm not putting Tommy Farmer out the lineup.
Right. So,
I
mean, you can DH him. I mean, Mendoza is getting closer to being back at second base.
I thought he played a little second base.
Yeah. So he's and they're trying to figure out, because Adrian Rodriguez you want his stick in the lineup.
Yeah, he's your DH, I think.
He's your leading base stealer too. So maybe A-Rod is your DH. You know what I'm saying?
He didn't make a freshman team, Adrian Rodriguez. What are we doing, SEC? Are we just hating? Because, okay, Kimball Schuessler not making the first or second team. First team I get, second team, we did do the comparisons to the guys who did make it, and those guys' stats at first base. It's pretty good. So I can't hate that much, but damn, man, Adrian Rodriguez not making a freshman team, that's tough. Like, that sounds like some hating, if you ask me.
Yeah, I mean,
they must do it by position there too, but Adrian Rodriguez plays everything.
Yeah, the all-SEC freshman team, it's that Derek Curiel from LSU. We know he was Aiden King from Florida. We know how good he was. Volantis is on there. But, yeah, I think the reason Adrian Rodriguez didn't make it is because of that hand injury that he had to fight through. He missed 7 games.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
That's tough. He's good. He's going to be good. He is good. He's batting .323. 7 home runs, 21 RBI as a true freshman. Take that. Stolen 14 out of 15 bases. Ethan Mendoza is second with 12 steals out of 13 attempts. And, yeah.
Yeah, we have I wish that was up a little bit. I wish the base stealing for this Texas team, I wish it was a little bit better. But hey, you just won the SEC, so they're doing something right.
Well, and then Friday, Texas starts the NCAA Golf Championship as the number 4 team. They're in a pod with Oklahoma and Arizona State. And they'll be teeing off around 2:12 Central Time on Friday. You'll be able to watch it on the Golf Channel. But Texas men's golf number 4. So big week this week for Longhorn Athletics.
Let's go.
Did I cut in and out there?
A little bit.
Okay. Big week for Longhorn Athletics. Baseball, softball, men's golf. All right, let's get to the right call.
Let's get it. Let's get it. Before that, though, got to give a shout out to our amazing sponsors like Leaf Landscape Supply. If you're looking for large quantities of supplies to fulfill any landscaping job, trendy house plants, a collection of specialty plants, and rare plants, Leaf Landscape Supply is the place to be. Go visit both of their locations. If you're down south off Monterey Oaks and 290, if you're up north off Pond Springs Road, full service wholesale and retail plant nursery and landscape supplier. And they got a really good online ordering system on their website, leaflandscapesupply.com, where you can get different trees, tools, seeds, vines, chemicals, fertilizer, and everything in between. So check out their website, leaflandscapesupply.com. And remember, when you go in store only, you can't do this online, but let them know you heard from Texas Sports Unfiltered about Leaf Landscape Supply. You heard from Zay Collier, and you get 10% off. Can't beat that. 10% off at Leaf Landscape Supply if you mention us at TSU. And Covert Bee Cave, Covert Automotive Dealership, that been doing it in the greater Austin area for over 100 years. Some of y'all, it's getting hot. Some of y'all might not got no AC at check engine light coming on. It's kicking. You realize you're putting so much money into that bucket that you driving. Don't do that. You could do better. Go to Covert Bee Cave, new, pre-owned, doesn't matter. They will hook you up and you will find something that you love. 7 terrific brands to choose from: Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. Wifey and I, we're Covert Bee Cave people. We were having the same issues, man. Her check engine light was always on. She was always hitting me up, talking about their problems. I'm telling her, we got to move on. There's greener grass on the other side. And Covert Bee Cave was that greener grass. So y'all could be like us. Go to covertbcave.com, see all the latest specials and inventory. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Chip, right call today. I got to give a shout out to Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, who is the MVP of the NBA for the 2025 season and led his number 1 seed Oklahoma City Thunder to a Game 1 victory in the Western Conference Finals against the Timberwolves.
See me wearing my OKC colors?
Oh, is that what this is? Supporting the Thunder?
I'm feeling really not good about my T-Wolves prediction, but I'm going to wait. I'm going to wait and see how they bounce back.
Yeah, man, it's just one game. They've had a week off. They looked a little rusty yesterday. Ant Edwards hurts his ankle a little bit, which that's the biggest thing. That doesn't look good. He was kind of, it was a exciting limp, if that makes sense. Like, you're not, at least he's limping off the court, but he is limping. So that, you don't like that if you're a Timberwolves fan, but it was a bad game for everyone. Like that second half, Timberwolves were up by 4 going into the second half, and then all of a sudden, Thunder just went on a roll. And look, SGA, he is very good, probably the best. I saw it from James Harden a lot of his career at manipulating the refs and getting them to see things that aren't really there. He's really good at throwing his body around, initiating contact, and selling it like it's the defensive player's fault. And he's falling all over the place, and he's able to do that while remaining his focus and knocking down shots. He had 3 huge and ones yesterday, all of them questionable. I probably wouldn't have called those calls, especially being the greatest Central Texas basketball official of all time. I'm not getting, he's not going to manipulate me. But some of these refs out here got him. He got those guys. So if you're Chris Finch and the Timberwolves, You got to be very strategic on how you play Shea, because this is what he does. He gets to the line, he throws that shoulder at you and gets that separation. He's really good at changing pace, a very herky-jerky game. There's a reason why he's MVP. Like, you're not just playing against him, you're playing against the Zebras. The best players understand that. The best coaches understand that. If you can manipulate the game in your favor, and guys are not good at that, especially defensively and where they put their hands and their timing and stuff. And we all know superstars, they get treated different. Shea's a superstar. He's MVP. So he's going to get treated differently, especially at home. The Timberwolves didn't do a good job of reacting to some of those questionable calls last night, and they end up getting drove. So kudos to Mark Daigneault in Oklahoma City from coming off of that very emotional series with the Denver Nuggets where it went 7 games and you got to turn around and start the Western Finals 2 days later. For them to handle their business yesterday, that's a buttoned up team. Like, they're proving to me that they've definitely gained some maturity, and a lot of that has to do with their signees of Alex Caruso and Isaiah Hartenstein, who are the elder guys on the team, even though they're still in their 20s. But Williams and Dort, and Alexander, and all these young guys, Czech Holmgren, they've stepped their game up too, and that's what you saw.
What happened in the third quarter? Because the T-Wolves were leading the game. They probably should have led by more. They only led by 4. I think they led by 7 or 8 at one point in the first half. They led by 4, and then in the third quarter, it just went to hell.
Yeah, Kenrich Williams for the Thunder, who hasn't played much in these playoffs. TCU guy, he's 30 years old. He's only 6'6", but he's a stretch big at 6'6". He hit 2 huge shots yesterday in the third quarter that started their run. And then their defense was good too. Like, every time Julius Randle went to the hole, every time Anthony Edwards went to the hole, there were bodies. Those Thunder guys, they got really good defenders. Cason Wallace, always mention Caruso. Dort's a really good defender. Williams, Shaq Holmgren at 7 foot, even though he's a little light in the ass, he's a really good defender, and he's long, and he has good timing. So if your team defense could go well with your individual defense like it does with OKC, and you could follow the game plan, which last night it was anytime Randall and Edwards drove to the hole, there's going to be bodies seeing them, and we're just going to let those other guys shoot from the outside, and let's see if they can have some rust to them, not playing in a week or so. It worked, and the game plan worked to the T defensively. But, yeah, that third quarter, what was it, 32-16, 32-18? Yeah, the Wolves just – that crowd gets going. OKC has one of the best crowds in the association, kind of like a college atmosphere. And those young guys on that team, they like that type of stuff. So, again, I was surprised last night. I did not think that game would go down like that. And SGA, even though he was 10 for 27, he was 11 for 14 from the free throw line. That was the ball game right there. They got to the line. They were making free throws. Timberwolves didn't. Timberwolves were getting frustrated, and OKC rode off to that dub. So we'll see the adjustments in game 2. But
all right, what do you got tonight?
Oh, man.
Pacers, Knicks in the Garden.
Yeah, it's going to get rowdy. Knicks fans, they've been waiting for this moment for a long time. A lot of stars are going to be in the stands, but I think this series comes down to the bigs. I think Halliburton's going to play well. I think Brunson's going to play well. But who wins the matchup out of Miles Turner and Karl Anthony Towns? That's going to say a lot on who wins this series.
Let's go, Miles.
If Miles could get the best of Cat, if Miles could knock down that outside shot to where Halliburton and Nimhard could get in the lane and stuff and make plays happen because you're so worried about the 3 ball on the outside, and Siakam too. Like, Siakam has to play well. If Siakam and Miles Turner could take off a lot of that pressure from Tyrese Halliburton to where he doesn't have to do everything and create all the offense for them, Pacers are in good shape. But if you're asking Halliburton to do everything, if Turner isn't hitting that outside shot, if Siakam's not able to take Anunoby and just be a mismatch there, then all that momentum goes to the Knicks, which talk about that college atmosphere. Like, they play that way because all those guys went to college together. Bridges, Hart, Brunson. So they have that chemistry with one another, and Tom Thibodeau's done a good job. They haven't worn down yet. That's what Tom Thibodeau teams do. They usually wear down.
Against my Pistons, I thought they were going to run out of gas.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, man. Watch out for those Pistons, man.
Yeah, they got a good future.
They're a hungry, good defensive team. But anyway, enough about that. Yeah, Brunson is the man. Halliburton's the man. Who can be their Robin?
Yeah.
Let's go, Miles Turner.
Let's go, Miles Turner. I'm excited to see what he's got.
He can become a superstar in these playoffs.
Yeah.
Because he's an underrated, underappreciated player. Because he's low key. He's not looking for the attention. Sometimes you got to look for the attention. You got to put a little, Tabasco sauce on it.
I mean, I've seen Miles Turner's outfits before. Yeah, he likes attention a little bit.
Okay.
Not much.
Because he always wore bucket hats at Texas.
Yeah, he was still wearing bucket hats in the league.
He was a bucket hat connoisseur.
I've also seen Miles Turner with some wild stuff.
It cracked me up.
Some weird.
But he and Karl Anthony Towns averaging 30 points against the Pacers this year. Damn. Okay, Miles. Time to turn that off. Can't be having Karl Anthony Towns going for 30.
See, I remember when Miles Turner wore this at the Summer League.
Is that his rookie year? When was that?
Summer League?
This past summer?
I think so.
Oh, good heavens.
Yeah, so he likes a little bit of attention.
Pants?
Yeah, the pink pants, the loafers.
Yeah, he's come a long way from the bucket hat.
I don't know if that's a blouse that he has on. I don't know, a little scarf.
Got the neck scarf.
Yeah, got the neck scarf, and the way that he's sitting doesn't help either.
Right.
The way that he's sitting is,
Right.
Miles is my guy, so I ain't gonna try to clown him too much, but it's a very sophisticated posture. Let's just say that.
Right. Looks like he's meeting the French prime minister for some cafe and fromage.
Yeah, a croissant.
A croissant. Yeah, come on, Miles. Let's go. I know you're cheering for PJ. I love PJ, but PJ's got a ring.
Yeah, PJ's got a ring.
Unless he's not playing. They're not playing him.
No, not at all.
The hell's Tibbs thinking?
I mean, they're winning, so I can't really – he's making good decisions. PJ Tucker's just there for leadership reasons. But all right, now let's bring in the open gym guys. Patrick, Matt, fellas.
What's up, fellas?
What's going on? Yeah, Miles Turner going for that mid on film look from Living Color. That's
2 snaps up.
Yeah. That's the look he was going for in that picture for sure.
I think PJ Tucker's a little bit on the older side now. I believe he's 40, so probably not the best playoff option there for
PJ ain't 40. Ain't no way, Matt.
What's he?
I'm pretty sure.
39?
I'm pretty sure he's 40.
Oh, you're right. May 5th, 85. Wow.
So yeah, he just had it. He just turned 40.
Wow.
Yeah,
Wow.
it is. As someone who's approaching that age, I know that my knees don't work like they used to already. So I can't imagine what he's going through.
Damn. Wow. Well,
Well,
let you fellas get to it. Appreciate y'all.
Yes, sir.
Appreciate it, guys.
Peace.
Appreciate you guys. We'll hop into Open Gym here. Welcome into the show. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan from Texas Longhorns on SI. Big show for you today. More NBA playoffs talk, more college football talk, more NFL talk, and we'll get to our midweek movie review as well as we roll along. Watching the SEC baseball tournament right now, it looks like Tennessee is going to go ahead and take the win here and face Texas tomorrow in the SEC baseball tournament. They're up 11-6 right now in the top of the 7th. Just had a big run, put up a lot of runs there in the bottom of the 6th. So looks like it'll be Tennessee, but you never know in college baseball. Anything can happen. So that'll be an interesting rest of this game. We'll keep you abreast of what is happening in that game, so we'll know who Texas is playing tomorrow in the SEC tournament as they get going. But let's get into it, Matt. Do you have a good start to your Wednesday, start to your hump day as we get through the week and we're getting closer to it being closer to the weekend?
Yeah, it was pretty solid. Watched our midweek movie last night and
Nice.
really enjoyed it. I'm anxious to see what you think about it. And watch the Aggies dominate today in baseball at Mississippi State. So they're staying alive so far. We'll see how that goes. But
yeah, I turned that game on. I turned that game on this morning and then watched like 15 minutes of it. And I was like, I don't need to watch this anymore. I think we see who's going to win. So
Yeah.
I decided I could do other things with my time other than watch the rest of that game.
Yeah, it was a beatdown, but A&M still has their backs against the wall in terms of making the postseason. Which, after starting the season number 1, you really hate to see that, huh?
Yeah, you hate to see it, man. I can tell everybody
So
on this stream right now hates to see the Aggies struggle. I just feel the collective unit of everyone really rooting for those guys, trying to get it picked up.
It's palpable.
Them in Oklahoma, and then if we got a little extra, we'll give it to Texas Tech. But that's happening. I had a fun time last night watching basketball. It went pretty much exactly opposite what I said would happen. I thought OKC was going to come out firing, or are going to come out firing, and then maybe have a little trouble in the second half. Not the case. They came out playing some of the worst offensive basketball they've played all season long. They end up with just 44 points in the first half. They end up down by a few points at halftime, and then open up the faucet in the second half. 32 points in the third quarter, 38 points in the fourth quarter. Nothing seemed to be going wrong for them at that point. Minnesota did not look like they were playing well at pretty much the entire game. Anthony Edwards, the questions now abound. How bad is he hurt? We saw that Jaylen Brown had his meniscus tear. We know Anthony Edwards has a little ankle injury, but it really seemed like it was a lot more. Anthony Edwards goes 5 for 13 in the game, 3 for 8 from 3 for 18 points. Doesn't really make the impact that you expect to have from an Anthony Edwards, especially in the series. Points in the paint is abysmal. Oklahoma City did not allow Minnesota to get to the bucket at all. They didn't allow them inside the 3-point line. They were just shooting. Minnesota shot 83 shots. 51 of those were 3-pointers. That is the way to lose a game if you're Minnesota and you're not built around let's just shoot threes. Oklahoma City set the pace. They did whatever they wanted. SGA got going in the second half. Now everybody is on board with you, Matt. SGA is going to win the MVP tonight, and everyone is automatically and now they're out of the SGA business. Everyone watched it last night. It feels like the first time they've actually watched him because he plays the same style of basketball. But They were people getting a little upset at the free throw merchant, shooting 14 free throws last night. He ends up 10 of 27 from the field, just shot horribly in the first half, picked it up a little bit in the second half, but ends up with 31 points.
Yeah, I mean, he's a super talented player, but he's also a super gimmicky player, and I don't particularly like watching him. That's just me. But the one thing you can't deny about SGA is that he is effective and good at what he does. So, it showed last night. Even when his shot's not hitting, he can still get to the line and score that way. Big shocker for me in that game, Patrick, and I know that everybody's going to be shocked by this one. Rudy Gobert returns to playoff form with 2 points and does absolutely nothing to help in any way, shape, or form in that game. So
what was funny was you watch that, and Chet Holmgren kind of comes out of the game pretty early because Chet wasn't playing well either. But Chet versus Rudy, that's Rudy's wheelhouse, right? Rudy can guard Chet Holmgren. The minute they pull Chet out of this game and start going small, they figure out Rudy can't stay on the court. And Minnesota doesn't have the bench to be able to withstand having starters not be able to play big minutes. And so they just played small the entire game. Jalen Williams, that's Jay, Lynn Williams, didn't play. He didn't play in the entire game. He was a big part of the round 2 series, a big part of round 1, but does not play in game 1 because they basically say, we want to go small. And by the time things started rolling, they waited till Rudy Gobert hit the bench in the second half. He hits the bench. They bring Chet Holmgren back in, and Holmgren just goes nuts. And then he starts hitting his shots and starts getting going. But you really did see that Rudy Gobert, we've seen this in playoffs past. If he's not guarding a big, he's worthless in these playoffs because these smalls can get around him. And they can get to the bucket and they can shoot on him, and he can't come out and guard a guy from the 3-point line to the bucket. And so he has to get pulled off the court. And that was the return to form. You're right. For Rudy Gobert, you hate to see it that Minnesota just looks outgunned in this game, in this series, where, we talked a little bit about it that, I didn't feel that this series is going to be too much. I don't want to overreact too much. I think Minnesota will get a game, but it still feels like, oh, you have no options to match up with this OKC defense. Like you can't. So that means you have to play defense on a team, and I don't think you can do it because that's the only way they're going to be able to withstand OKC in any of these games.
Yeah, and the fact that you can just sort of change your lineup around a little bit and go with a different formula and then completely take one of the other team's best players out of the game. I mean, this is why Rudy Gobert is never going to be a key part of a championship team, because good basketball teams will recognize, oh, we can just do this and take them off the court. This is also a credit to OKC's coaching, where they changed up their game plan and put a small team out there. Something that Boston was unwilling to do is change what they did, and they got knocked out. And this is why Oklahoma City's so good. There's they have SGA, who's an MVP, but it's just a lot of good players who play really good basketball. They're coached really, really well. They play really, really well together. And Minnesota's a little bit more star-driven, a little bit more top-heavy. They don't have the depth that Oklahoma City has, and it's really starting to show already.
No, it is. And there's a part of me now, and this goes into the bigger picture of the NBA. There's a part of me now that it wants OKC to not lose another game, win the rest of the playoffs, win a title, because if they do, things will change in the NBA. The way you can get the things to change in the NBA is let Oklahoma City win a title. And we will see Adam Silver and everybody in TV go, this cannot happen again. We cannot let mathematics win the NBA. And that's what they're doing right now. They got really good defenders. They play an analytical style of basketball. They put together this team. They try and get to the free throw line as much as they can. They shoot their three. They have their 3-point shooters. They built this team very well about the way the game is built right now. But if you start to let people play a little bit more tightly on defense, then their defensive edge maybe loosens a little bit, because now you don't have to be the best perimeter defenders to stop people from being out on the perimeter. You have to be able to be bigger and get inside. So maybe there's some ways that maybe these changes where we see this NBA that is now so reliant on the 3-point shot, maybe they try and push away from that a little bit more, try and get more of a game inside, which is not Oklahoma City's game. So watching that, you go, maybe if the OKC just does too much in this, they'll realize, we've screwed up. We've allowed it for them to moneyball this and just kind of keep picking up good players that aren't stars, and they've built a powerhouse now of a bunch of unmarketable players.
Yeah.
We do in an unmarketable town. All of this is bad for the NBA, and that may spark change. But in the reality of it is, once we get to the Eastern, once we get to the finals, I don't think my Minnesota has a fighter's chance in this. I just don't think they do. And especially if Anthony Edwards doesn't, it's hard for me to believe Anthony Edwards played like he did last night, hasn't talked really that much, that he's not hurt. And he just can't do it right now. And he's trying to go out and give his best minutes, but I just don't think he's Anthony Edwards right now. And without that, you're screwed anyway. So, I mean, I don't know what you can do if there's not enough other good players on this team to carry them against an OKC team if Anthony Edwards isn't 100%.
I mean, yeah, especially when you look at the stats and you look like Naz Reid, who's supposed to be one of their more effective players off the bench. He's minus 21. He's 0-7 from 3. He's only got 4 points. I mean, if your reserve play, like the few reserve players that you have that you can throw out there, like a Naz Reid or a Dante DiVincenzo, combined for 13 points, they're both minus 20 or more. I mean, their shooting numbers were 4 of 25 combined. I mean, if that's going to be the way that this series goes, then they're going to have a really hard time. I really hope that you're right. And I hope that this does change the NBA, because I am absolutely tired of the way that things have gone lately. I hate the mass 3-point shooting craze that's leaked into the NBA ever since the, Steph Curry, Klay Thompson days when they were in their prime. That's when everybody kind of figured out, we can just launch threes and, analytically this is what works and blah, blah, blah. And I hate that style of basketball. I want it to go back to be a more inside out game where you're a little bit more balanced and you have to have more of an inside game. So hopefully it does change, because the NBA's worst nightmare is Oklahoma City having a dynasty.
Yeah.
That is absolutely their worst nightmare. So if that happens, there's going to be change for sure.
Yeah. And I mean, look, so basketball, I think, is a few years behind where baseball is, of maybe making some changes like baseball did, which started with outlawing the shift and then goes into speeding up games. But baseball we are losing ratings left and right. And I get that not everybody likes all the baseball changes, but the reality was we have created a type of game that is not viewable to anyone who doesn't love baseball, because everyone's just doing the same thing. And now everyone is just trying to jack up home runs and nobody's trying to get on base. We got away from stealing. We've basically gotten away from what makes baseball fun, which is, watch out, there's somebody on first. What can happen? Oh, there's someone in scoring position over on second, and making the game a more complete game with other, stakes on the line, versus what it became of just home runs. And if you didn't have a home run hitter on your team, it was done. So I think they may be getting closer to that in the NBA, because the ratings are not where they're at, and they just signed a bunch of new deals. And so they're going to have even more people in their ear telling them, you need to change this up because the ratings aren't what you told us they were going to be. So I think we'll see a little bit more of that as the time comes. But, you have to be able to put these things together. It's going to also try and create a space where maybe not everybody, the 3-and-D guy isn't necessarily as valuable, because you get guys to play a little bit better defense outside. It makes it a little bit easier. We saw Jaden McDaniels in this game, though, too. If you want to talk about a stat that sticks out, 24 minutes, 6 personal fouls. It's your best perimeter defender if you're Minnesota. Yeah. And he just couldn't guard. Like, they just called everything on him. So if you get away from that, and I get the NBA's big problem with this is there's so many injuries already. The reality is they need to make the season shorter, right? We all know that. Every single person knows that. There's not an owner in the league who wants to make the season shorter. They all if they had their way, it'd be 150 games. And the playoffs would be 3 months long. It'd be 12-month long season. We'll never stop, and we're always going to be playing, and screw it. So they don't want to take away games, and especially because those are TV money. That's TV money. Now, how do you make that up? But the reality is they don't want to call these fouls until the playoffs, and they don't want to, let them play a little bit tougher till the playoffs, because they feel it's going to lead to more injuries, and they don't want injuries. They want their stars playing. However, You have to be able to do this at some point. It's just crazy. You now set the expectations up that they're going to get fouls for everything. SGA is really good at it. He's going to win the MVP tonight. That's all the reports. So he's going to win that. And he's really talented. He's really good. And he'd be really good if you did not give him every single thing. But because you do, it makes his game really boring to watch. And I mean, if we see Knicks versus OKC and everyone's going to be rooting for the Knicks, Jalen Brunson does the same damn thing. Jalen Brunson is a free throw merchant as well. Now, he's a tougher kid, but he is a free throw merchant as well. And so you're looking at both those guys shooting 10 to 15 a game in the NBA Finals, and nobody wants to watch that. So the NBA is going to have to figure out some things as they go on. And I think they have to figure out some things in this Western Conference Finals because it's going to be a rough road for Minnesota. They just don't have the weapons. We see, Dante DiVincenzo goes 3 of 12 from behind the arc. That's not going to help you win these games. Julius Randle looked like a bat out of hell in the first half, and then they just said, stop Julius Randle. He's the only guy doing anything for them. And so they just slowed down Julius Randle, and that was all she wrote for the Timberwolves.
Yeah, the free throw merchant thing is probably my big, outside of the 3-point shooting is probably my biggest issue with the NBA right now. Like the amount of acting and flopping and the giving the calls to the offensive players when they create the contact because it's SGA or because it's Jalen Brunson. Like that stuff has to stop first, I think, because then it kind of forces them out to do other things and create a little bit more and be a little more, be a little bit more creative with the basketball, which becomes more exciting. You limit time at the free throw line, it speeds up the games. But I just and LeBron is one of the biggest offenders of this as well. I mean, you touch that guy with an elbow and he acts like he got punched in the face by a train. Yeah. Like
by the way, for the record, there's always been flopping in basketball. It's always been
absolutely.
There.
I just feel like it's worse.
It's they just call more fouls now. It used to be you flopped and then had to get up and the play kept going. The main difference is they just call it a lot more now. They used to not call it. And I think the biggest part you touched on was creating contact. If you created contact, that wasn't a foul. And now it's a foul. They give it to the offensive player. So if you run full speed into a guy and then fall over, you'll get the call. And you see that too often now. The whole pump fake, get them off their feet and jump into them play that they do. And you're like, I get it. It works. It's the worst thing to watch in the world. And you should get a $5,000 fine every single time you do it. The NBA should be like, yeah, if you can do it, but we are going to fine you every single time. And on your 10th one, it's $10,000 every single time. On your 20th, it's $20,000 every single time. We are going to fine you until this is out of the game because it is unwatchable basketball to watch somebody just keep doing that stuff. But it is. Look, everyone. I've been watching since I was a kid, or early 90s basketball as a kid, and you'd watch, and I learned how to flop doing that because you'd watch and they would flop around. Michael Jordan flopped. Everyone does. It's part of the game. The difference is the refs and the NBA saying, oh, we don't want these guys to get hurt, so we are going to step in and start calling these. That has to stop. You have to pull that back because the reality is if you stop calling it, the flops will get less egregious because coaches are going to yell at a guy who's laying on the floor acting like he just got shot. We watched the replay and the guy touched your arm. Why are you on the ground still? The play went off. They just ran back down the court, dunked it because you're moping.
Yeah.
So I think that's step one.
I saw a clip of SGA getting a foul called on against on him, like he was fouled, where the guy didn't even touch him. He just kind of stepped back and fell over and he got a free throw out of it. And then there's that infamous clip of LeBron covering his eyes and then raising one hand to see what the ref was going to call. I mean, the refs just have to start swallowing their whistle, unless it's an obvious foul or, a player is legitimately injured on the floor and it's obvious. They just need to start swallowing their whistle. Not every time. You can't be 100% accurate with it, but you have to make a concerted effort to reduce this stuff, or the game becomes absolutely unwatchable, and the ratings are just going to continue to dump. It doesn't matter if it's Oklahoma City versus Indiana in the finals. if they start swallowing their whistle and it becomes an exciting brand of basketball, people are going to watch it. They just don't want to watch SGA and Tyrese Halliburton shoot 33 throws between the two of them.
Yeah, the basic concept is it a basketball move, and is the foul prohibiting the shot from going in? Are those two things part of it? Okay, that's a foul. So if someone is going to try and lay the ball up and the guy in between jumps up and hits his arm so the ball does not go in, foul. Doesn't have to be hard, doesn't have to be egregious, that's a foul.
Mm-hmm.
But if the player runs fully down the court, takes a step left to step into a defender that's moving backwards, and then hits the shot, it's not a foul. You don't get another one for that. I know you touched the guy, but we're not playing tag. And that's what we see too much of.
And then we also have to get into the idea of these players constantly complaining about not getting the calls as well. I mean, my favorite player in the NBA is Luka Doncic, and he does that more than anybody else. As SGA does, everybody does it. Like a guy misses a shot and it's and like he like throws his hands in the air, and then you hear like.
And look, the reality is that just don't engage him. Just run back down the court. And if they yell too much with Draymond Green, you give them a tech. But for the most part, you just let them run, get it out of their system. Go have fun, run around. You look like an idiot. Nobody cares. We're not calling it any different because you do it. But that's always been there. That'll always be part of the game. I get it. You have heated emotions. There's gonna be parts where you think you're touched. I hate it too. I mean, we see it every single time anyone doesn't catch a pass, it was a flag. You know, anytime a guy strikes out, he looks back at the ump like, what a terrible call. It just is in sports. I'm right, you're wrong. That's the way it is. So I get it. And that only just changes over time. You can't expect to fix any of that overnight, but you can make some rule changes. You can let your hands back out on the perimeter defense, call less hand checking, really trying to get more of space, but not allowing them to get shots off. It's a more difficult way because now it's all about foot movement, and a lot of guys just can't do it. But, I'm hoping that we may see some changes in Oklahoma City. If you ask for one thing Oklahoma City can do for basketball, it's win so everyone decides we can't do this anymore. We got to change some things up because this cannot last anywhere else.
And maybe win multiple titles if one isn't enough. Like, I'm going to be the biggest Oklahoma City fan in the world until the NBA starts to change because I know that's what's going to be the trigger.
I don't know. That might make you physically ill to root for an Oklahoma team that much. Be
That's
careful
true.
about that. Then we also get the Pacers and Knicks facing off. This one should be a ton more fun to watch than the Western Conference Finals was last night. Hoping that Indiana can keep their hot streak going, even though they had some time off. This Indiana team has been a ton of fun to watch. These are two teams that are both comeback teams. So you could figure both of them trying to get behind like 5 points late so they can make a comeback so they feel more comfortable. But this is going to be a really fun one to watch tonight between Brunson and Halliburton. Those are two guys that you really are looking right now to help. There isn't a new face of the NBA, but maybe these two guys can be part of the new branding of the NBA between Brunson and Halliburton. Bring back this Knicks Pacers rivalry. And, when guys like Anthony Edwards don't want to be part of it, I think Halliburton and Brunson do. So try and get those two guys in center court and right in front of everybody's eyes. And this is the matchup to do it in. So, again, let's not have anyone shoot double-digit free throws. Let's not do that. But let's have these guys running up and down the court having a good time.
Yeah, I mean, I said it either yesterday or the day before. I'm a point guard guy, so just like I'm a quarterback guy. So I love watching these point guard matchups, and Halliburton and Brunson is about as good as it gets. The face of the NBA thing is a very interesting conversation to me because, like, for the first time since I can remember, and I think there's a stat about this out there somewhere on social media that I just don't have in front of me, but for the first time since I can remember, none of the old guard superstars are in these Eastern Conference Finals. There's no Steph, there's no LeBron, there's no KD, no James Harden, no Chris Paul. None of these guys from the old guard are there. So this is their best opportunity to step their games up and put themselves in that conversation and hopefully create a new crop of NBA superstars that can take over the game and lead it into the future, because LeBron is gassed. He's not there anymore. Luka's in that conversation, but the Lakers have a long way to go before he can get there. Anthony Edwards, as much as he doesn't want to be a part of that conversation, is going to be a part of that conversation, whether he likes it or not. SGA's there. Jason Tatum was there before his injury. He'll be back there, I think. But, this series, I think, is going to do a lot for both of those guys, improving their star quality. And which, no matter which way it goes, as long as they both put their best effort out there, then it's going to be a super exciting series to watch.
Yeah, and I mean, it also rolls into, which is always just kind of an interesting discussion, but American basketball, this is the teams left in the playoffs. I mean, SGA, he's Canadian. He's going to win the MVP, which means yet again a American will not win the MVP award. It has been since James Harden. It has been a while since an American has won that award, and you don't know the next guy who's going to do it. But you do say that there's the stars on 3 or 4 of these teams are Americans. So it's Jalen Brunson, Tyrese Halliburton, and Anthony Edwards. 2 of those guys were on the Olympic team, and Tyrese Halliburton and Anthony Edwards this last year winning gold. So I'm looking forward to the matchup tonight. I think this Eastern, I mean, the Western Conference is a better conference overall. It just feels like Minnesota got too beat up trying to get here. And if Anthony Edwards is hurt, I just don't see any way that they're going to be able to pull this out, because the only way you're going to beat OKC anyway was a epic Anthony Edwards performance, and he didn't look like that last night. But you get in the East now, lots of great matchups. I mean, Cat versus Miles Turner is going to be a ton of fun to see if Miles Turner can go step up and shut down Cat. That is a big one we'll be watching, especially watching Turner here as Texas fans. That's going to be one to watch. Josh Hart trying to be a spark plug against an Indiana team with 20 spark plugs. There's just a lot of fun of both these teams want to run the basketball, want to run the court, want to be quick paced, score a lot of points. But they both want to be really tough on the defensive end as well. So I don't, there isn't really a tone change for either one of these. Neither one really want to go inside a ton. Now they want to drive the bucket, but they don't necessarily want to throw it into the post and wait around and try and get some points that way. So it's going to be a fun series overall to see these two teams go at it.
Yeah, and it's kind of unfortunate because you feel like the only chance to stop Oklahoma City was like the only team that had a shot in the West at this point was Denver, and they gave them their best shot, and now it's over. But this Eastern Conference series is going to be the one that I really pay attention to. I don't really have a whole lot of interest in OKC versus Minnesota. I think I watched a little bit of it and it was boring, and I couldn't get behind it, so I turned it off. But this Eastern Conference series really has a chance to be something special with both these teams show up. So I'm super excited for it. And honestly, like, I hope that one of them wins also. Like, as much as I say I want Oklahoma City to win and change the NBA, it would also kind of make me sick to my stomach for a team that plays like that and is structured that way to win.
Yeah.
So, and personally, just like as a now former Mavs fan, I would really love to see Jalen Brunson get a championship ring. So I think I'll probably be pulling for New York when it's all said and done.
I'm going to pull for Indiana. I think it'd be a lot of fun. And interesting thing too, Rick Carlisle. How many coaches could say they got a franchise their first championship twice? So be the second franchise he would get their first title.
I can't think of one off the top of my head. So, I mean, Phil Jackson got one for the Bulls, but he certainly didn't get a first one for the Lakers. No. So I honestly can't think of one. That's a good shout. We'll have to do some research on that.
Yeah, because Rick Carlisle, what he meant to the Mavs back then, and then what he'll mean to this Indiana Pacers team, what he's really done to turn this around. I know he's also like the head of the coaches union, so he'll get even more respect if Rick Carlisle can get this Indiana team back to the finals and get them in a finals win would just be huge. They really, this Indiana team's fun because you look at New York, and especially after they got Cat, feels like much more of a powerhouse team. OG Anunoby, but he came from Toronto, so it wasn't like if you're an NBA guy, you knew he was really good, but if you weren't, then he's not a household name. Mikal Bridges, if you were an NBA fan, you knew he dominated in Phoenix. He was supposed to be good in Brooklyn, but he couldn't carry the weight of an entire team, and so he ends up being over there now as well. Josh Hart is part of those Nova Knicks, which I know Mikal Bridges is as well. but they have the Villanova thing going on. But now you get Jalen Brunson as part of it. And then in the Eastern Conference, you get Pascal Siakam, another Tennessee guy. Tennessee just hit another home run. Pascal Siakam, another Toronto guy. Sorry, is what I meant to say.
I was about to say
Tennessee home run out of the left of my eye. Another Toronto guy like OG Anunoby who came in. He's been playing really good. Miles Turner, Benedict Mathurin. It's like there's just a lot of guys that are really good players if you're an NBA fan, but if you're not, you may not know them. It's gonna be fun for all of them to get in the spotlight here in the Eastern Conference Finals. So I'm looking forward to it tonight. I think it's gonna be a much funner game than we saw last night.
Yeah, I mean, Tyrese Halliburton is really making a name for himself as well. I mean, we talked about this either earlier in the week or maybe it was last week about how he might be the best Pacers player of all time and like done more for that franchise already than guys like Reggie Miller. Like, I mean, he's only 25, 26 years old, and he still has so much farther to go. I mean, he legitimately might be the best player in the history of that franchise when it's all said and done. And it would be a huge step for him to get their first championship here. So maybe he can do it. And then you turn around to the other side, and Jalen Brunson's kind of got a similar story. I mean, trying to break that drought for New York is one of the bigger stories in the NBA. So if he can do that, he's a New York Knicks legend forever. So a lot of really cool storylines in this series.
Yeah, New Mexico State for Pascal Siakam, by the way.
Yeah, I was about to say I don't remember him playing for Tennessee, but
I literally was saying and then I saw a home run out left of my eye. Brain jumped off the rails for that one. Tennessee is playing really good baseball right now. Get all the runs out of the way, Tennessee. Don't need to have them tomorrow. But we will get to see the matchup. Did you see the outfield of the SEC championship where they have all the logos and Tennessee and Texas are next to each other?
I did not see that.
And they're just both block tees.
Of course they are.
It's funny when you look at it and you're like, I know which one's Texas, but this has to be confusing to somebody. It's like, why are there two of them?
Yeah, there's got to be somebody's girlfriend sitting in the crowd with him who's not a college sports person. She's like, I think they doubled up on the flags. So,
yeah, I'll see if I can pull that picture up. But yeah, it's an interesting one to see those two next to each other. And it would be funny because tomorrow that would be the deal is you get another matchup of the two block tees going against each other wearing different shades of orange.
The real UT versus the fake UT.
Yes, exactly. I also want to get into some of the stories about the NFL today that we're breaking today, Matt. We've seen a few things come down today. First off, we saw that Hard Knocks has announced its next couple of seasons or its next couple of whatever they're called, versions.
Series, I guess. I don't know.
Series, maybe. Yeah, but they'll be doing the off-season version is going to be the Buffalo Bills. Are you excited about seeing the Buffalo Bills? I'm not a Hard Knocks guy. I know it concerns people, but I don't watch the Hard Knocks really. Are you excited about seeing Buffalo Bills?
I used to watch Hard Knocks all the time. I kind of got tired of it after a while because it's kind of just the same thing over and over again. But if there's a team that's going to get me drawn back in, it's probably going to be Buffalo just because I think Josh Allen is a hilarious guy and he's so much fun. And, that team is on the path to compete for a Super Bowl. So it'll be really interesting to watch, kind of what they're really about inside that locker room. But at the end of the day, I kind of don't really care. Hard Knocks is kind of tired to me. Like it's just the same thing every offseason. Yeah. And it's like, and then they cut the undrafted free agent and he was devastated and they show the meeting and he's just like crushed. And it's like, man, you were never going to make the roster. Why are we trying to make this dramatic? You should just be happy that you got the camp invite. Like, come on.
No, that's the one is if I was doing Hard Knocks as an undrafted free agent and they were like, we really want to follow your story. You're like, oh, no. I don't want everyone to fall in love with me so I can be the sacrificial lamb at the end of this. No, don't film me. I don't need to see that. I'm sure that they get it nicer than the old school way, which is somebody just when you just walk up and your badge doesn't work at the front door anymore. And you're like, oh no, can't get in. They go, here's a trash bag. Go get your stuff.
Or like that scene in Moneyball where he just walks up and he goes, we traded you to New York. And then he just gets up and leaves. It's like it's not the coach doesn't have to put any real emotion in there. He's just like, yeah, you're gone. We'll see you next time. Appreciate the effort.
All right. So if you're not going to watch a ton of Bills, I mean, it's interesting. It's Josh Allen. It's a team that really feels like they keep getting closer, but it's such a small rate. It's like, are you ever going to get over this hill? It's just constantly pushing the rock up the hill, and you're like, well, they're still going, they're still moving, but I mean, like, there's always the old part. Rob Avery's always used to bring it up that a coach and a quarterback, if they don't win a title in their first 5 years together, they don't win a title. And Sean McDermott and Josh Allen are way past it now. They're well past that. So history would tell you they are not going to win a Super Bowl together. That you have to change the quarterback or the coach. That's not going to happen. But they keep getting a little bit closer. No, they're not. And I mean, Sean McDermott does well enough. It's really hard to fire him. Now in the NBA, he would have been fired like 4 years ago. But in the NFL, they don't want to fire him. And so you just are pushing that rock a little bit. It's like, can you ever get over it? But then you just look at the top of the hill and Patrick Mahomes just adding more dirt to it. You're never going to get over it. We're just making the mountain taller. You can't get past us. So I get the interesting parts of it. You get Keon Coleman is going to be a lot of fun to watch on there, I'm sure. But overall, it's not necessarily something I would be super excited for. But then we get the in-season one. And maybe you're a little bit more excited about this because it is the NFC East. So we will get the Cowboys. We'll get they'll be trying to stir up George Pickens, I'm sure, poking him with a cattle prod, trying to get him to get mad at somebody. We'll see the Eagles just doing things well, I'm sure. The Commanders, whatever's going to happen there as you get into year 2. And, you know, Deebo Samuel now on that team, what can happen there? And then the Giants pretending that everything's going to be okay.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not any more excited about this than I am the training camp one with Buffalo. But honestly, I think the most intriguing team to watch in there is probably going to be the Commanders, just because Dan Quinn's just such a super charismatic coach, and the players love him so much. And Jaden Daniels is a really fun guy, and Deebo Samuel's always kind of unpredictable. So like that could be a lot of fun. I will say though, interesting stat, Patrick. The last time that the Cowboys were on Hard Knocks was in 2021, and then they went on to go 12-5 and win the NFC East. So just throwing that out there.
Look, I'll say this: if they win 12 games and Brian Schottenheimer continues to act like he's been acting and does that on Hard Knocks, a lot of people will be believing in this team again, because I think you'll give a lot of people. Now, I think people are going to like Brian Schottenheimer no matter what out of this, but if he has an 8-win season, that it's a lot harder to like him. If you're a Cowboys fan, you're probably like, yeah, he seems like a nice guy as an assistant. He should be an assistant. He's in over his head. But I'll be curious to see, because that is another interesting one to see a guy kind of thrown in there. We know Nick Sirianni's not a personality, so I'm not expecting much out of that side of it. But Dan Quinn will be a lot of fun to watch. Brian Schottenheimer should be interesting to watch. And then, the Giants just pretending that the rocks aren't falling. You can see Ole Miss guy, see Jackson Dart.
Well, they could have some interesting episodes in the quarterback room there with Jameis Winston and Russell Wilson and Tommy DeVito and Jackson Dart. I mean, that's just a collection of absolute wild chemistry. So there's a little bit of intrigue in every team. The Eagles are probably the least intriguing because they're just boring, go to work. If Jason Kelsey was still there, it would be something. But they don't really have anything exciting about them. They're just really good at football. Their coach has kind of a punchable face, but that's about it. So
I really just want to see in Hard Knocks someone get Russell Wilson to bring in pizza for the quarterback room, and everyone's going to be excited. And then Tommy DeVito's going to see it's flatbread pizza from Subway and lose his mind. And it's going to be the greatest thing. I'm telling you, Hard Knocks producers, make that happen.
And then Jameis Winston walks in with a couple of things of crab legs. He's like, "Hey, wait, I missed the memo. I didn't realize it was pizza day."
I just had crab legs. All right, I get that. And hair of the dog. Things happen. Sometimes crazy things happen. Maybe the Cowboys could win 12 games. I'm not predicting it, but crazier things have happened in life.
I'm not saying they're going to do it. I'm just saying that the last time they were on Hard Knocks, that's what happened.
Yeah, let's look at crazy, weird stats. Yeah. Well, look at that way. I don't. We played the schedule game, and neither one of them has had the Cowboys at 12 wins. So we don't think they will. I'm just saying if they were, if some miraculous thing happened, and Joe Milton comes in and throws for 90 touchdowns this season. We also saw that the owners meeting and the everybody together today has gone through some of the rules changes that were proposed. First, the Lions pulled out their rules amendment that they wanted to have a rule that the playoff seeding would change to be the highest seeds and take away preferential treatment for division winners. That apparently had no support. So they realized that one was not going to pass. People still wanted the divisional winners. They just pulled it off, so it was not going to be an embarrassing vote, I guess. They pulled that one out, so we will still see the playoff seeding continue the way it has in years past. But the bigger one that comes out of it is the tush push. The tush push was being voted on. Apparently, the Green Bay made some amendment to it last minute that got a couple more people on board, but we saw it did not pass. Surprisingly close to passing, though. Surprisingly close. You were required 24 votes to get it to pass. They got 22. Mm-hmm. That's a lot of votes. I did not expect them to get 22 votes for that. Both the Cowboys and Texans voted for them to eliminate the tush push, apparently, according to reports. This is such a silly thing to me. I genuinely don't understand outlawing this. I get it gives them an advantage, but at the end of the day, it's not like it's a stoppable play. There's nothing illegal about it. It's not such an advantage that they're just dominating on you. It's not any more an advantage than having Lamar Jackson on your team. And so, it's just crazy to me that they were that 22 teams were like, no, Eagles, we got to hamstring you. We got to kind of put a handicap on you because you're just winning too much right now using this thing that is probably going to shorten the career of your quarterback. That is probably going to, in the long term, not be great for your franchise, but in the short term there will be lingering consequences as it continues. We want to take that out of the game. And that's any team can do it. Go get yourself a backup quarterback that can go do that. There's other guys that can do it. Now, it's not Jalen Hurts, and everybody knows it's coming, but everyone knows it's coming when it's a tush push, and they still make it work. So anyone can do it. It's not only to them. I get you're not going to be able to do it with most normal quarterbacks. Put in a fullback and do it. It's the same thing. That fullback can throw a pass over the top of it anyway. Jalen Hurts is not going to throw that ball unless it's a pre-read and they're planning to do it, and you could do that with anybody on your roster anyway. I don't get why it was so close. I don't get why 22 people voted for it. It seems wimpy to me to vote for that.
I would have liked to see it get banned just because I hate watching it. Like, I think it's
I don't like
boring,
watching it either, but I don't want him to ban it because that's the one of we ban that. Someone else has a play that they like. Ban that one too. We're banning plays that work. Yeah,
but like as I was saying, as much as I would like to see it get banned, just because I hate watching it. If you really don't want it to be effective, then learn how to stop it.
Yeah,
like there's ways to stop it. Whoever I believe it was, maybe the command. Somebody they played last year stopped it a couple times in a game. Look at what they did. This is the highest level of football in the world. You have the best players and the best athletes in the world. You have the smartest coaches and coordinators in the world. They can figure out a way to stop it. And it's like a kid is going in to play 5-on-5 basketball against older kids and keeps getting dominated by the older kids because they just keep dunking on him. He's like, you can't just keep dunking on me. It's not fair. It's like, yeah, it is. Just stop it. It is what it is. Like, there's no really press. Like, if they had found some sort of like danger with injuries with this play, that would be one thing. But they couldn't really find anything. Even Jason Kelce said on his podcast, he's like, I wouldn't people said that I was retiring because the tush push was giving me injuries and stuff, but if I could go back this year and all they asked me to do was run 80 tush pushes next year, I would be playing because it's easy and it's the easiest thing in the world. Like there's no precedent to stop it. And all the teams that voted on it, I mean, of the 22 teams, 3 of them were in the NFC East because obviously they want to do anything they can to hamstring the Eagles. But the other teams like the Ravens, the Browns, the Lions, the Jaguars, the Dolphins, the Patriots, Saints, Jets, Titans, none of those guys have really played the Eagles lately, and most of them aren't very good football teams. Just the Ravens and the Lions are really the only good football teams in that group, maybe the Dolphins. And the Eagles obviously don't want to outlaw it. It's just, people feel that it gives the Eagles a competitive advantage, but another team is going to figure out another play at some point down the line that's going to piss people off, and they're going to try to outlaw that. And it's just like, just grow up and play the game, evolve. There's nothing wrong with this play. It's just boring to watch. That's it.
No, and like, if you want to equate it to in the NBA, I think you would equate it to the 5-second rule or the, illegal defense, 3 seconds in the key, those types of things of saying we have guys that are just so big that they're kind of ruining it for everybody else. This isn't necessarily that even. It's not, well, we have one person in a 5-on-5 game who's so physically imposing that they're able to completely shift the balance of the game because they can score every time down. You're going, okay, 2 or 3 times a game, this team is going to get an extra yard and pick up a first down, or they'll get it in the end zone. But it's picking up probably under 10 yards a game or by the tush push, right? So you're banning something that I know they're important yards. I get they're really important yards, but you're basically saying we have to get something out that is going to net under 10 yards a game. And just saying that feels much sillier to get rid of it instead of saying, well, when we had this rule in basketball, the guy had 25 block shots because we didn't have goaltending yet. He could just jump over the rim and knock it out. Or he just sat in the paint and he could block anybody's shots because he's, so much taller. Or this guy just sat under the basket and was able to alley-oop it over and over again because he could jump higher. All of those things, you go, well, that's 50 points a game. That's a pretty big swing. We need to change that. Under 10 yards a game.
And an occasional touchdown.
And I get they're important yardage. I fully get they're important yards. But it is not, to me, it's a point of one team gets really good because they have 2 really big wide receivers and a quarterback with a great arm. And they go, well, we got to outlaw the Hail Mary. They've got 17 touchdowns on Hail Marys this year.
Let's go ahead and outlaw 6'5", 230-pound receivers like Calvin Johnson who can just outrun and outjump everybody. That's not fair.
It's not fair.
Learn how to stop it.
And so, you have to find ways to stop it. You have to find ways to get into it. I get that you can't. It's hard the way the rules are set up to do those types of things. I get it's tough, but it's not such a gigantic play that it deserves you to ban it solely because they're good at it and you can't do it.
It's not even as effective as the Wildcat was when it first came in because people were scoring long touchdowns on that play and gaining lots and lots of yards. I mean, what Arkansas used to do with Darren McFadden and Felix Jones, like that is something that and they didn't make a rule to change it because people figured out how to stop it.
Yes.
And that's what you got to do here. So get over it, Green Bay and Dallas and New York and Washington and everybody else.
22 teams. 22 teams. We also saw, and this one actually came out yesterday, but we saw that flag football. They have also allowed the NFL players to go into flag football. I did finally see the report of one of the guys from flag football doing they don't deserve it. We've built the game. And you're like, you haven't built anything. The only reason it's in the Olympics is because of the NFL. The only reason it's in is because of the NFL. I get you think you had something to do with it, but I'm going to go ahead and take the billion-dollar corporation that has come in this industry that is gigantic and sells everything up. I'm going to guess they probably had something to do with it because they want flag football to be really good and they want their players happy. And so they decided to let their players be a part of it. It will be interesting to see who ends up being on this team, who ends up, really wanting to do it at the end of the season. Because before the season, here in the offseason, everybody wants to be part of it. But when they're like, we're actually going to have to train, So you're actually going to have to go and be part of this. It's going to be, a 16, 20-week commitment, and it's going to be an 8-week commitment in this offseason and a 6-week commitment in this offseason, and then a big commitment the year of the Olympics. Maybe if more people will be like, oh, I'm already a millionaire. I'm good. I don't need to go deal and put that up there. I know we'll see some people, and there will be a lot. I do love the flag football people like, they can't do what we do. And they go, yeah, they can. They're some of the greatest athletes in the world. I can tell you right now, there's baseball players and there's basketball players that could do what you're doing because they're just freak athletes, and freak athletes are freak athletes.
They can't do what they're doing. They do more of what they're doing. You can't do what they do. Even if it ends up being like, the majority of NFL players decide they don't want to do it and they just go to like UFL players, the United States would still dominate. I mean, if you picked like all the XFL, UFL players, I don't even know which one it is anymore, but if you pick those players, they're still going to beat Brazil and Germany and Japan and all these different, like it is what it is. I mean, the guy who's like, we built this game. Like, no, you didn't. You picked a more wussy version of the original game that was built by the NFL. Well, and you tried to make it your own. That's what you did.
I just love the fact that you're like, I really hate to tell you that people who don't watch football at all still believe this is a game for children. And they don't know what's in the Olympics. They don't know that people play it professionally. They have no idea of any of that. The people who know you exist are sports people, and they're going to side with the NFL people because that's what's the more like, you can't say we built this and go, what did you build? Children built this game. We all played flag football growing up. We all did it because you couldn't play in school tackle football with no pads because they didn't want to have kids breaking their arms and legs in class for a 45-minute class. So you played flag football instead, and then you hit people and ran into people and fell over and broke your arms and legs.
I didn't play flag football. I played tackle football from fourth grade going forward. I didn't know flag football was a thing until I got to PE class. Like,
yeah, that's what I'm saying. It was PE. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. In PE, you played it.
Yeah, look. If
I was never in a flag football league either. I meant in school.
Yeah. Okay. Well, they do a lot of flag football now for youth football. Which,
they do now, but not
a kids game. But I don't think it's ever going to be a thing like it is with the Olympic basketball team, where all the best players just show up and like a couple weeks before it starts, and they don't really do much to practice. They do like a couple run throughs, and then they go dominate the thing. I don't expect all the NFL superstars to do it. Like, I don't think you'll ever see Patrick Mahomes throwing to Tyreek Hill and Jamar Chase. And
I'll say this. So Justin Jefferson has already said he really wants to do it. So Justin Jefferson, one of the best receivers in the league, says he already wants to do it. I could 1,000% believe Patrick Mahomes would do it, because if I had that family, I'd want to go and do anything else too. That's what I had to come home to. Please sign me up.
Justin Jefferson can say that he wants to do it all he wants. When it comes down to it, if he actually does it, is another thing entirely, because the Vikings could look at him and be like, no, we are not going to allow you to do this. The injury risk is too great. If you come down weird on your knee, or you come down weird on your ankle, our season's over. We're not letting you do it. So, I mean, there may be a couple stars, but what I'm saying is I don't think there's ever going to be like a dream team type scenario where they just trot out like 22 Pro Bowlers.
Well, let's be clear too. This is the year. It's not coming back. There will not be a second run of flag football in the Olympics. There's 1 year. When it's in America, in LA, it'll be here. Anywhere else they go, it's gone. Like breakdancing. Breakdancing had 1 year, and it's gone. It's a 1 year thing. It's not going to happen again because it's going to suck. Like, it's going to be almost unwatchable for the most part, because who wants to see Finland versus Greece in flag football? Nobody has ever wanted to see that. Yeah, and it's going to be on TV. So, look, it's a 1 year thing, and I think everyone's going to do it for 1 year. They're all going to win gold medals. They're all going to talk highly of it, and that'll be it. But there is not going to be one in the following Olympics. It'll be back out of it again, because the NFL only wants to do it because it's in America. It's in LA this year, or this next Olympics, not this year, in several years. So, yeah, I mean, now it is still several years down, so there will be new guys. Travis Hunter will be in it almost for sure. It feels like a very Travis Hunter thing to be like, I can play more downs. I want to play all of the downs everywhere. So I'm in, but
you don't think that they're going to do flag football in Brisbane, Australia for the Olympics?
no,
I
no, I don't.
bet they'll do rugby.
Yes, they'll do another sport that other nations are much better at. There'll
Maybe
be cricket or something. Yeah, there's other things that are there. Flag football is an American thing. They're trying to make it more globally, and the Olympics bought into it for 1 year. It's a 1-year thing. And so I'm all for it. It's going to be fun. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. And it's going to be a shit show. It's going to be ridiculous. And I'll watch some of it, but it's not like basketball where there's stars on every team. It's like basketball 50 years ago when you had no idea who anybody was except for the Americans.
Yeah, my favorite memory of Olympic basketball is watching the 92 Dream Team, and they're playing like the Congo or something like that. And the tagline from the announcers, and the United States now leads by 50. It's like that's what it's going to be in flag football if these stars really play, and it's just going to be brutal. So whatever. I hope it's fun to watch. I don't think it will be. I would rather watch Olympic golf or Olympic swimming than I think I would rather watch football.
Yeah.
I mean, I just think
I get that, and that's what I'm saying. It's a one-time thing. Roy says they should have boomerang in the Aussie Olympics. No, they're just going to have an event where guys just pull out knives, and whoever has the biggest one is going to win. That's all it is.
Or kangaroo boxing.
Oh, kangaroo.
Where guys box against kangaroos. That would be fun.
Oh, the jokes that'll come that year when we're watching the Australian Olympics. We'll have plenty of those. It's many years away, though. So long time until we get there. But yeah, I'm with you. The hot take I had a year or so back was that the NFL should go intervene with Tua and be like, the NFL is going to pay the rest of your salary. The Dolphins don't have to, but you have to retire because you are the worst optics we will ever have when you are brain dead on the field, because you're just so susceptible to concussions at this point. So you're not allowed to play contact football, but we're going to pay your salary to be the ambassador for flag football. You're going to lead the Olympic team. That is you're a good quarterback and everything else. We're going to push you that, and you're going to travel around talking about how great flag football is, and we're going to still pay you that Dolphin salary. We're going to take it off of their payroll, put it on the NFL payroll, because we're all billionaires. It's not that much to us. We can deal with it, and you'll be our ambassador for it. I think that was the way to get him out of it. He doesn't want to do that. He wants to play tackle football. He wants to die on the field because that's Tua. Look, he's a tough kid. I'm going to give it to him, but we all see the signs, right?
Yes, we do. And I feel terrible for him. But it's only a matter of time before he gets another concussion. I mean, it's every time he gets one, it's worse, and you think that, oh my God, like this might be it for him. So
and I mean, the reality is some people are more susceptible to concussions than others. He is susceptible to it. Not a shameful thing at all. But he's had enough now, and then they're already more susceptible to them. So when he hits the floor, when he hits the ground, and he jars his brain at all, that's a concussion now. Like, he can't take a hit and hit his head on the ground at all anymore. He has to stop completely. He's trying to fall different ways and do other things, but there's big guys trying to kill you. You're going to hit the ground.
Yeah, and I'd have to ask my dad this question because he's a doctor and I'm not. But I feel like if I remember correctly, and he can correct me if I'm wrong, I'll ask him later, I guess. But if you after your first concussion, you're more susceptible to another one, and then after two, you're even more susceptible to the third. I feel like that's the case. I might be wrong. If there's a doctor in the chat, or if my dad's listening and wants to text me, you can. Tell
I
me,
know that. I know that it is something similar to that because watching wrestling, that was always a deal. Is in wrestling, the more and more concussions you got, they were like, you can't keep wrestling because every time now you're getting one. So every time you hit the mat and your head hits, because you've had 50 of them. So it just piles up and piles up. There's a guy, Mick Foley, who did it, And that was where he was like, he was trying to have one more match, and all the doctors were like, you're going to be concussed. Like, you can't not now. It's just not really possible for you to do what you did and not get a concussion anymore because you've just had so much brain trauma over the years.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, and then, also, Roy, he won't even wear the Guardian helmet, which I get. The studies on that are different. There's, like, you can't say that it's proven that they do better, but he won't even wear that.
My dad just texted me, loyal listener of the show, one of the most loyal Texas Sports Unfiltered listeners, as it seemed. He said, yes, that is the case, and also more brain damage. So
no, it's not good. It's really not good.
Yeah, I really admire how tough he is and how much he's dedicated to the game. But you got to look out for your health and for your family's long-term future. And I'm terrified to see what happens if he gets another concussion, especially a bad one.
Yeah, no, I'm with you on that. And speaking of concussions, we're going to get into our midweek movie review after this break, and we'll review the movie Warrior that came out in 2011. We'll talk about that. We'll get into some college football talk as well as we roll it along on a Wednesday afternoon. If you guys want to throw in anything to talk about in the chat, you guys are the third member of Open Gym. By the way, we are at 15-6 Tennessee in the top of the ninth right now. Very much looking like Texas will be playing Tennessee tomorrow in the SEC tournament. But we'll give you that final score when we get it, and a whole lot more here on Open Gym as we continue on a Wednesday afternoon on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Hi, this is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations.
I got this, Dad. This is Camilla McKay, and my dad can help with any TV or stereo needs you have around your house. Just call him, and he will come to you with advice and a great price. And the guys that work for him are awesome. They can install anything, anywhere. So, like my dad says, just relax and smile. We handle all the work.
So just give us a call at 255-8678 or on the web at avconsultations.com.
Say hello to Jason and the gang over at Relax the Back. They embrace a holistic approach for a healthier lifestyle based on 35 years, folks, of proven expertise, and my back couldn't be happier. Their motto is live wellness, and folks, they can transform your routine, your daily routine, into something very, very special if you have back pain. If you're struggling with thoracic problems, if you've got hip problems, if you've got lumbar problems, please go over to one of their stores. They got 2 great locations, and find out a chair or a recliner or a sofa that's going to fit you and going to make your life a whole lot better. I've got this office chair right here that I've been sitting in for years, and I love it. 2 locations, folks, at the Hill Country Gallery across from Whole Foods, and in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the buck and Relax the Back.
SendTexTickets.com. If you're in the market for tickets to any sporting event, any concert, any Broadway show, anything live coming to town, you got to head over to SendTexTickets.com. The best seats to all of the biggest events, not just here in Austin, but all over the state and all over the country as well. It's so easy to use. Just log on your phone or computer to SendTexTickets.com. All of their tickets are 100% guaranteed, and they will be delivered right to your phone or computer. So simple to use, and you're also helping to support a local business every time you shop. SendTexTickets.com. So if you want to be at the biggest events in sports and entertainment, there's only one place to go. It's SendTexTickets.com.
Back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered on a Wednesday afternoon. Myself, Patrick Davis, alongside Matt Galatzan of Texas Longhorns on SI. As we roll along here in the show, still got some college football talk. I want to get to a couple different articles I was reading, and we can go and dive into those a little bit more. But it is Wednesday, which means it's time for our midweek movie review. Matt or I pick a movie each week. We trade them off. I pick great. just super, not well reviewed, but just masterpieces that are maybe a little bit on the dumber side. And Matt picks critically acclaimed films for the most part. And we watch them, and Matt puts me through the ringer of very long movies to watch as he tries to get me a little bit more cultured as the uncultured swine that I am. So
doing my best over here.
This week we were watching the movie Warrior. It is a 2011 film starring Tom Hardy and Joe Edgerton as they play brothers. Nick Nolte as well. Nick Nolte nominated for an Oscar for this role. Award-winning movie, award-nominated movie, Oscar-nominated movie. Warrior came out in 2011. What do you think about this movie? What is your review? I know it's one of your favorites, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not an MMA guy. I've never watched the sport, like ordered a pay-per-view or anything like that. But something about this movie just really drew me in. Maybe it's because I'm a Tom Hardy guy. I really think everything that he's in in every role that he's played for the most part has been fantastic. He's one of my favorite actors. But this is just it's a very heavy movie. There's not a lot of comedy in there. There's not a lot of lightheartedness in there. But it's a really well done, really emotional, heavy movie. There's a lot of family drama in there with Nick Nolte being a recovering alcoholic, and he's got the damaged relationship with both of his sons. Tom Hardy is obviously very affected by everything that happened with them, with him being an alcoholic and their family splitting, and then his mom dies of cancer. And Brendan Conlon, who's played by Joel Edgerton in the movie, is struggling a lot financially and trying to keep his family together, and doing everything he can to keep his family afloat and make ends meet. I mean, it's one of those movies where it is super long, and I knew that you were going to hate that about it, so I was prepared for that. But this is one of the few movies that is this long that I don't know that there's that much of it you could cut out, because I feel like everything in it, from like almost every little conversation that they have in regards to their family stuff, and all the stuff about Nick Nolte's dark past with being an alcoholic and the abusive relationship he had. I feel like all that is so necessary to get you to the climax of the movie at the very end, where the two brothers are fighting each other, because it really sets up why they're so opposed against one another, and why they're so, especially with Tommy, like why he's so damaged and why he is so, separated from his family and has such a grudge against them. I'll admit there's some things about it that are a little bit unrealistic, like the fact that they would just let this guy into the turn. Tommy Reardon, Tom Hardy's character, they would let Tommy in just because he beat the crap out of a guy on YouTube, and then letting Brendan in because the star got hurt, and he's a former UFC fighter in the movie, so that's a little bit more believable, I guess. But for the most part, I thought everybody did a tremendous job in this movie. This might be Nick Nolte's best role of his career. He was just so good. Especially that one of those final scenes that he has in the movie where he's fallen off the wagon and he gets drunk again, and he's sitting there reciting Moby Dick, and Tom Hardy's like, "Oh my God, what have I done?" And he like sits there and he consoles him and that kind of thing. I thought the mixed martial arts, like choreography and action, was absolutely fantastic. I thought they did a great job with all that stuff. The Kurt Angle playing the Russian guy, I thought was fantastic. He was so menacing and terrifying. Like there's a couple cheesy things. Like I wasn't a big fan of the announcers in that were ringside. I thought they were a little corny. But overall, like it's one of those movies where you may not watch it, a ton of times, because it's so long and it's so dramatic and it's so heavy. But it's just such a tremendously well done movie. I can't really find a lot of bad things to say about it. I'm sure you're going to have many things that you like about it. But even down to like the the what's his name in the movie? The trainer, Brendan's trainer, Frank or whatever his name is. I mean, I thought he was great. Like he didn't have a huge role in the movie, but I thought when he was in the ring, especially with Brendan, like coaching him, telling him like, why are we here? Why are we here? And he's just like, if you don't knock this guy out, you're not going to have a home. Like, I was like, oh yeah, let's go. Like I just think it's a fantastic movie. I think everybody should go watch it if you haven't seen it.
All right. I get that. And look, I'll start off by saying it wasn't a bad movie. It wasn't a bad movie. It was not a movie that I ever understand why anybody would ever watch. Like, just me personally, I don't get watching movies where I watched it and for 2 hours and 20 minutes I was depressed, and afterwards I felt terrible. I was like, that was horrible. Nothing positive happened for 2 hours and 20 minutes. It was just a world of, hey man, the world is awful. Things suck and they don't get better. And maybe if you are the one greatest fighter in the world, you can get out of a bad situation. But if you're not, too bad. Life is bad. It is bad. Everything about it. There's no real winners. The only winner is like, hey, we're not going to lose the house. We're going to pay evil bank a bunch of money and we'll keep the house. That's basically the send-off of it. It's just a really depressing movie. I'm with you. The announcers, like, I like Brian Callen. I think he's been funny in other things. It was the writing for it and everything else. There were some funny moments in it that weren't supposed to be funny, but they made me laugh. In the part, like, when they're talking about the teacher, the one guy's a teacher, and he like goes out to get in a fight to try and make money, fights in an MMA fight, and the kid in class, his brother saw it, and so they ask him about it, and they have to expose what MMA is at some point in this movie to the people who don't know, and they go, MMA, that's like where they fight different styles of fighting all joined into one, right? And you're like, wow, that line of dialogue was forced in there. And I get why they did it, but man, they had to force that one in there. It's like when someone answers the phone in a movie and they're like, the doctor, how bad is it? The car accident? And you're like, okay, you're exposed. Like, I get you have to say all these things or else we don't know what's happening, but nobody talks like this. So yeah. I saw that. That one was funny to me. When Kurt Angle gets out of the limo, because I guess they showed him and I just didn't grasp it was Kurt Angle as the big bad Russian. And he gets out and they're like, I'm like, it's Kurt Angle? The American hero, Kurt Angle, is the Russian dude.
I thought you'd get a kick out of that.
And then he has 0 lines.
Yeah.
They don't let him talk because I'm guessing he can't do a Russian accent. So they just didn't let him talk the whole time. So that was that. And so that one was funny. The fact of when they make Tommy a war hero, I lost it at that one. That one just... like, because there's some cliches in the movie and they're not like, look, every movie has cliches. I get it. I'm not trying to disparage the movie for that, but there was just cliches in of like, hey, well, we're trying to make this guy, you know, troubled and back and forth. And then you're just watching the movie. And so they have this scene early and the guy's like, who is this guy? And you're like, oh, okay. So maybe there's a history in his past. And then he comes back and he's like, he saved our lives. And you're like, God, he's a war hero? Really? That's what we're doing at this point of the movie?
I kind of like that, honestly.
You're just adding on so many more pieces onto this to try and make it like, it's why I say it's depressing. It's all the pieces where everything is sitting. You go, okay, I get it. And there's some stakes in there and everything else. And they go, stakes aren't high enough. Add some more. It's like someone making a burger and they make a burger and you're like, that's a good burger. And they're like, wait till I put on 4 more types of cheese. And you're like, well, I don't need 4 types of cheese. And like, I've got 78 veggies going on this bad boy. I've got 16 different sauces to go on this. And you're like, hey, maybe tone it back a little bit on the burger. We get it. And so it was just a lot of that stuff that was kind of just adding on to it that you're like, I get it. It's all part of it. It all kind of makes sense throughout it. But for just my taste, this is just my taste of it. It's all just adding on to this bravado of like, look at all these things. But at the end of it, he's still going to jail. He's going to military prison for presumably a really long time. Because I don't know do you know what the punishment is for deserting during wartime?
I'll look it up while you're talking, but
I know what it is.
Oh, what is it?
It could be life in prison. It could be the death penalty. That is what you get for deserting during wartime. Now, if you desert not during wartime, it's about 5 years max. But during wartime, they can actually give you the death penalty for it. Now, they wouldn't, because there would be extenuating circumstances and everything else. He wouldn't get the death penalty. He probably wouldn't get life. But he'd probably get 5 to 10 for deserting during wartime. So he, a guy with severe PTSD, severe brain trauma, is going to go to jail for the next 5 to 10 years, and his life is pretty much ruined after that as well. So that's that one side of it, of what we get out of that movie, depression. The other side of it, we get a teacher who bought a house that he's now underneath because his daughter got sick and needed a heart transplant. So to keep his daughter alive, the American system of healthcare is so bad that he had to go down. And then also in America, you don't make enough as a teacher. So he was going to lose his house because the teaching that he did such a good job at, the kids loved him at, he was going to lose his house and have to go backwards because America is such a flawed country and how we treat people who do good things for us, that he had to go compete in the tournament and get more brain damage to go have any chance to do it against the wishes of his wife as well, who I know she comes back at the end, but his wife also didn't want to do it. He didn't care. They both have a dad who is a gigantic pile of garbage. I get he's 100 days or 1,000 days sober at the point where he gets there. But if you're a wife beater, you're a wife beater. I get alcohol as a part of it, but I'm not going to feel too much sympathy for you when I know you beat your wife and kids your entire childhood. Maybe I'm not going to be like, he learned his lesson. I'll be like, yeah, don't care. You should be the one in jail, not the kid. So there's just a lot of pieces of it where everything about it, I get where they were trying to go with it. But when I left watching it, I didn't feel any harmony of like, oh, at the end, the brain damage guy thought he liked his brother, but he probably is going to hate him again in 4 weeks. Like that didn't give me the heartwarming finish. I was just like, oh, so the world's completely unfair and cruel unless you're the greatest fighter in the world.
Well, I totally understand where you're coming from on that. I got a different feeling at the end, like where I felt like they actually really reconciled their differences, and like they're holding each other going off the stage and walking back into the locker room. And I felt like there was really some resolution there with them. I can get how you can take it a different way because there's not really anything that happens after that. It just kind of ends.
They trying to leave you to leave your own conclusions. And again, because the guy was about to be arrested.
Yeah.
So they just want to show that part.
His brother just won $5 million. So I'm sure there's a way to get him out of jail. So he'll be okay.
It's military prison though. It's a way different thing. Military prison.
Yeah, but I'm sure that it wouldn't have been that bad. But I'll like the war hero thing. I really liked watching that because I thought it was a cool part of the story. Like his actual act of what he did was very cool. Like ripping the door off of a tank supposedly is like, that's super badass, right? I do think that if there's something that you could take out of the movie, it is that specific thing. I think you could leave the stuff in about him being in the friendly fire incident and going AWOL and being a Marine and all that stuff. But if you took out the little war hero part with like, and the guy doing the interview, like he saved my life and all this stuff, like you can still recognize him as a military guy and not have to make him a war hero. So I'll concede that.
Well, no, because I get the concept is he is a heart of gold. This guy is a really good guy. He's just super troubled because they put it in there with that. They put it in there with the family that's in there. They even do it in the scene where the dad is is drunk and he holds him. It's like, he does have a heart of gold. He's just like, screw everybody. You've all screwed me over. I don't want any part of this because I've been so screwed over in my life. But at the end of the day, you're like, but then he's so close to it. But then we sit there and go, well, the only way you're ever going to listen to anybody is that they literally break your body down to the point you have to submit. I get it. There are people like that, but
I mean, there is something to be said about like the people who live that kind of lifestyle as a fighter and let me put it this way. Like there are some people who can only get to a resolution through physicality, right?
Yes.
And that's just his personality he needed to have that conflict and get his aggression out on his brother get his aggression out on him. And then they finally, at the very end, he says, I love you. And he's like, he finally hears the words that he's been wanting to hear for his entire life. So he's like, okay, fine. I forgive you. Like that to me, like That was like he just won $5 million. Brendan just won $5 million. He just saved his house. He just set his family up for life, which is what he's been trying to get, out from under his entire, time after his daughter's been sick and all that stuff. And he doesn't care. He's only concerned about his brother. He gets him up. He doesn't want any. He just walks off and he's holding his brother because he loves him. Like that to me was like very moving, at least in my, like, I know it doesn't necessarily feel like that because.
No, I get what you're saying. Again, this is just me, cold, callous hearted. It did nothing for me. I was like, come on. This is because in all reality, that family's not going to get along by the car ride home. Like it's already broken up again because they're all just really hard edge people. And that's what family trauma does to you. But I get it. That's why I get it. I understand where they were going with it, and I understand why other people would get that out of it. It just didn't. For me, I left the movie ended. And I went, wait, when's this gonna get good? Like when is there resolution to any of this? And the resolution was, we said I love you once, and so now we're good. And I was like, that's not enough for me. For 2 hours and 20 minutes, I'm gonna need more than that.
I think that if they made one simple change to this movie, I think you would have felt better about it. So I think if they cut out the 10 to 15 minutes that they spend talking about him being a war hero and like the stuff at the military camp where the guy's like watching the video and he's like, that's him. And then he does the interview. You take that out, right? And then you add, that time back in at the end of the movie where, you have them walking off out of the arena together, holding each other. And then there's just like something at the end that's like, even if it's just a scroll, like saying this is what happened to the characters, or like you show Tommy and Brendan sitting there having a cup of coffee while Brendan's kids are playing in the yard, or like whatever, something like that would have sent you off with a lot better feeling.
It would have sent me off better. Yeah, it was a lot of very heavy, depressing stuff that at the end of it, it's like there's always these movies written by people who have a lot of things. And they write movies about people who don't have things, and they kind of miss the point on it sometimes, where they go, no, look, he overcame adversity. And you're like, yeah, because he's the best fighter in the world. That's, most of us don't have that, right? So like, I can't identify with either of these guys because I'm not the best at anything. So I find no way to identify with either of these guys who the way out of their solution to way out was get into a tournament of the 16 best fighters in the entire world. And then win that. Like that precedent of that setup to me is already flawed in making these anyway relatable people, because then you're going, you have to be the greatest in the world to overcome how bad the world is.
Well, let me just play devil's advocate here a little bit. He's not the best fighter in the world. Like that he was like he won the thing. Just let me say my piece here. So he was a retired UFC fighter who was a 500 fighter at best his entire career, right?
Yeah.
He lucks his way into this tournament and just works super, super hard and is like the plucky underdog, like, just outmaneuvers and outsmarts everybody. He wasn't the strongest guy. He wasn't the most athletic guy. He wasn't the quickest guy, but he found ways through determination and, smarts to beat these guys who are obviously better fighters. Like the Russian guy was a better fighter than him. The
American hero who played in the Russian.
The guy, everybody that he fights along the way is a better fighter than him, but he just worked harder and took it more seriously and used the motivation of losing his house to get ahead of everybody else and ultimately win the tournament. So I think that in itself is a little bit more like you can relate to that a little bit more. It's like it's kind of sending the message of if you really put your nose to the grindstone and you work harder than everybody else, then you can achieve and beat people who are more athletically gifted and naturally talented than you are. That is one way that you could look at it. You could also just look at it the other way as like, yeah, he just won this tournament and is the best fighter in the world, and that's how he got. I mean, you can look at it either way. That's how my point of view is the way I choose to look at it. But
we won't spend too much more time on this. But I will also throw in the fact that the UFC fighting was ridiculous at points. Like that's just not how MMA is. And so I get you have to, because MMA is usually more boring than what they did. Like you don't throw guys in MMA. Guys don't get thrown around. They threw a lot of guys around in that. Like Kurt Angle ragdolled that dude. And we're like, that doesn't, first of all, if you ragdoll a dude, you can snap his arm in 2 seconds. Like you would have put him out. You're not punching a guy directly in the face unprotected and also throwing him, and one of those doesn't have power. Like it's so there was just parts of that where I was like, it kind of takes you out of it a little bit where you're like, okay, well, this isn't real fighting because this doesn't happen in real fighting. But I get it. You already had Kurt Angle who was playing a Russian, and that was funny enough to me to make it all work.
But I think that you could say that about any fighting movie with sports. Like it's the same thing with Creed. It's the same thing with Rocky. I mean, boxing is the most boring sport in the world.
Yeah.
So you have to find a way to make it cinematic.
So many unprotected shots to the head in all of these movies. We're like, that's not how this works. If you take that many shots to the face, you're going down. It's just happening. But this is what I'll end it on. Is I did look up the guy who had the story, who wrote the story for this, what his other credits were. He's most well known for writing for Entourage. And I think that sums up where maybe the disconnect between myself and this writer is.
I love Entourage, so.
See, I'm not an Entourage guy. So I think that's where the disconnect was. And I was like, no, you're much more in the world of opulence and things of it being okay in life because you're taken care of more. And I do not come from that school. So I just looked at it slightly differently. But it was not, look, again, not a bad movie. Don't want to say it was a bad movie. It was a movie that for me, I would never watch or anything like it because it was just 2 hours of depression.
Where do you rank it on the movies that I picked so far?
I mean, not highly. I mean, maybe above Friday Night Lights. That'd probably be it. Just because I just didn't like, it's not bad. It's just not for me. And for everything in it, I'm like, there's nothing in that redeeming for me whatsoever. Like there was nothing for me in it. Everything in it was.
You liked Creed better.
Yes. Because there were things for me in Creed. There was actually stuff in there that you could get behind. But no, I could not. There was nothing I could really get behind in this movie. Everything was just sadder than the last thing. So it was like, oh, it's just sad. Just sad. But that is our movie for this week. If you've got any opinions, if you've seen the movie Warrior, let me know what you think. Throw those in the comments. But we will get into next week, and we're going to lift the spirits again. We're going to get easier and lift spirits again with another one of my favorite basketball movies. That I've seen this one more recently than Celtic Pride, but it's been a while. It's been a long while since I've seen it. But we're going to go with Semi-Pro this week. The Will Ferrell Semi-Pro. Okay. Will Ferrell, Andre 3000, Woody Harrelson, another Woody Harrelson basketball movie. We'll go with this week in Semi-Pro, which is everybody love everybody. It's a great message brought to you. We get to see the single released by by Will Ferrell for this movie as well. I've not watched it in quite some time, but it's an intro. Have you seen Semi-Pro before?
I don't think I have. I've seen clips, but I don't think I've seen it all the way through.
I think it is a 2008 movie. 2008 Will Ferrell movie about a ABA team, the Flint Tropics, is what this movie is. Let's see if I can find the runtime for us. I'm assuming it's about 90 minutes. 92 minutes. We're right back in the wheelhouse.
There you go. Just where we like it.
All right, that is our midweek movie review. We went a little over today on the review, but we're in the off season. That's why we're doing these things. So I hope nobody minds too much of me railing off about a depressing movie for too long. But that was our movie of the week, Warrior. Let's talk a little college football and lift our spirits with a little bit of college football talk. And let's get into the teams that could win could first get to their first college football playoffs. I'll spit it out. I'll find the way to say it. The teams that could get to their first college football playoff this season, teams that maybe hadn't gotten there so far, could take the leap to get there. I've seen a couple different articles about it. I have a list of some teams. I'm sure you have some teams that you believe could get in there as well. I'm going to go through this list let me figure out who wrote this article for us that I pulled. Stephen Layson from Athlon Sports put out an article about this. So he's got several teams on there. And I kind of want to get, Matt, your opinion on these. If you could go basically scale of 1 to 10, likelihood that this team could get to the college football playoffs this year, could make it this year, get there for the first time to the new college football playoff format, be one of the teams that gets in. We'll start off with the Miami Hurricanes. The Miami Hurricanes adding Carson Beck, of course, adding scholarship Burt as well to that roster. You know what? I really need to check to see if they have another kicker on that roster. And I hope scholarship Burt gets through the yips and goes to a new school and everything's fine. And he plays like he played for us several years ago. But look, if there's not another kicker on this roster, I may change my opinions about Miami making it all the way to the college football playoff. They play in the ACC, a more winnable conference. This is a team that had a good quarterback last year and couldn't get over the hump. But again, you adding another, they spent some more money in the portal this year. They've got a new left tackle coming in 2026. We know that. But what can we see from Miami? Do you think Miami, a scale of 1 to 10, where do you put Miami as a chance to make the college football playoff for their first time?
I kind of have a hard time putting a number on it just because I don't know what scholarship Burt's going to do for one. And it's the strength of the ACC is going to matter, I think, here.
Yes.
I do think they have a tremendous shot to play for a conference title probably against Clemson. They do have a little bit of a tough schedule. They've got Notre Dame and Florida, Florida State, Louisville, Syracuse, SMU, Virginia Tech. But I think that all of those games are winnable for them. There's a very real shot that they kind of run the table there because they don't have Clemson in the regular season. So I'll put it at like a 7 or an 8. I think they've got a really good shot. I don't think they're going to win the conference, but I think they're going to, probably play for a conference title, have a really good regular season record, and be one of the teams that get like the, a lower seed, like a 9, 10, 11, 12, something like that.
Okay, so we get in there, yeah, because they'd have to be coming in. We're both assuming that Clemson's going to be carrying the weight there in the ACC. So then it falls into some of those other teams. Who's going to be able to get through that? Our next school we'll look at Florida. This is a Florida team with a really tough schedule, but that also does mean maybe it gives them a couple more chances. You could drop a couple of these games, but if you drop a game to a Notre Dame or drop a game to a Texas or somebody like that, Georgia, maybe those games don't kill you, completely knock you out of it, and you can call them in the back end of this football playoff. We talked a little bit yesterday about DJ Lagaway and what he needs to do to improve his standings in the college football world. If he can stay on the field, if he can stay healthy, what he's going to be able to do. They're expecting to have a really good season, but that schedule is just tough.
Yeah, I mean, I could see them going anywhere from 9-3 to 5-7. And I lean more towards the 5-7 than the 9-3 just because that schedule is so tough. Yeah. So I'm going to put this around like a 3 or a 4. I don't really think they have a shot unless DJ Lagway just turns into Cam Newton and, is a force that we've never seen before. So I have a really hard time seeing them make it.
All right. Another SEC team that we both believe the quarterback is going to be much better really good this season. I won't say much better, but really good this season. And maybe he can be the impact player in the SEC to win enough games. Now, their schedule is a little bit lighter than Florida. Florida, I think, could lose 3 games and still sneak in because of, depends on what those losses are, how early on they are, if they can climb back up because those won't knock them down too much. South Carolina doesn't have that same luxury. They're probably still have to be a 10-win team. Can South Carolina win 10 games and Lenore Sellers get a couple upsets in there and get them on their way to the college football playoff? They weren't far off last year. They were pretty close last year to getting in. Can they get over that hump this year?
I think that they can. I thought they should have made it last year, to be totally honest. Had they not had the stupid conference champions rule and the group of 5 rule, they would have. I think that the roadblocks on their schedule are, LSU, Alabama, Ole Miss, Texas A&M, and Clemson. So that's 5 games that are going to be really tough for them. Oklahoma's in there too, I guess. So you could say 6, but I think that they beat most of those teams. Like I think they're probably going to beat Oklahoma. I think they're probably going to beat Ole Miss. I think they're probably going to beat who's the other one? Texas A&M. That's going to be a little bit tougher because it's in College Station, but I think they've got a really good shot. I'm going to go with kind of the same area as Miami. I'm going to say 7 or 8.
All right. Now this one I don't think you're as much on board with, but Illinois is on this list. Illinois, we get their schedule. Western Illinois, Duke, Western Michigan, Indiana, who we think is going to take a step back this year too, USC, Purdue, Ohio State, Washington, Rutgers, Maryland, Wisconsin, Northwestern. So you're going to have to win 11 of those games. To win 11 to get there. But can you beat everyone but Ohio State, basically, is your push. Can you beat a USC team? You're at home, which is big because it means USC has to travel to you. That helps you out a little bit on that one. Indiana, if they're not as good, you can get a win there. Purdue, you can get a win. You're at Washington. It's a long flight, but though it's easier to go that direction, you can get a win there. Rutgers, you can get a win. Maryland, you can get a win. Wisconsin, you can get a win. Northwestern, you can get a win. Those are all winnable games. So basically, Ohio State is your one game that feels pretty unwinnable. But you go 11-1 in the Big Ten, you're gonna get in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, just by the grace of God and their schedule, I think they're probably going to have a really good shot to get in. I don't believe in Brett Bielema as a coach. I thought he did a good job last year, but historically speaking, I'm not the biggest Brett Bielema fan. I don't know. I mean, you got to give them a high mark here just because of their schedule. So I'll say again, probably a 7 or 8. I wouldn't be surprised if they dropped one of these other games in a scenario where they're not supposed to lose. But it'll be. I mean, they'll be this year's Indiana. As much as I hate to use those, who's this year's of whatever. Like I think that they probably have the best chance to be that. So they'll have a really good shot. I assume that there'll probably be a team who, like Indiana, gets into the college football playoff and then just gets absolutely dump trucked by an SEC team. But they're still making it in that scenario. So.
Yeah, you love to see it. South Carolina versus Illinois feels lopsided. And it shouldn't, but it does. All right, how about a Big 12 team on this list? Kansas State. They return Avery Johnson as the quarterback who looked like he took big steps last year. If he continues to take steps, the Big 12 is a winnable conference. We know that. There's no team in the Big 12 that feels too good to be able to beat. So you're able to win your games if you're in the Big 12. They win the Big 12, they're in. How well do you feel about a K-State team?
I think they've got a pretty decent shot. I mean, especially after what happened with BYU's quarterback today. Who knows what's going to happen there, so they could get knocked out of contention depending on how that scenario unfolds. I don't know that there's a team in the Big 12 that I'm just absolutely sold is going to win the thing. So they could be that team. Avery Johnson, if he takes a step forward, has a chance to be a hell of a quarterback. So I'll say like a 5 or a 6. In the scenario that somebody else wins the Big 12 besides Kansas State, like if you're taking the field versus Kansas State, then it becomes a little tougher for me to see 2 Big 12 teams get in, because I think if Kansas State is that other team, then it's going to be kind of hard. And more likely than not, there's going to be 1 Big 12 team. I have 2 in my prediction, but that's just, it could just as easily be 1. So I'll go with a 5 or a 6, I guess.
All right. Well, we'll go to another Big 12 team then, as we'll leave out BYU, who's on this list. But in light of today's news that the quarterback has been accused in a civil suit of sexual assault, if you did not see that he is so we will see where that ends up. Maybe it'll be nothing. Maybe it'll be done for the season. BYU is also not the school you want to be accused of that at. BYU has some pretty strict code of conduct rules. I don't know what they're at in today's era, but I know back in the day, the code of conduct was really strict, that you were basically not allowed to be doing anything with members of the opposite sex unless you're married. So
pretty sure that's still the case.
Yeah.
Pretty sure you can't even drink soft drinks up there still, but
but I mean, but that's the thing is, like, if they're just like, even if it's consensual, you're off the team. that's the part. It's like, you just had sex. You're off the team, man. You can't be doing that, which everyone does. It's one of those weird older rules, and BYU realizes they can't compete with using it, but they still try to have it. But another team there on this list, the Bears, the Baylor Bears. The Bears finished a 24 regular season on a 6-game winning streak. Sawyer Robertson is returning. I'm not the biggest Sawyer Robertson guy, but they are trying to contend for the Big 12 title. Do you have any thoughts about Baylor?
0% chance. There's a 0% chance that Baylor makes a college football playoff. I like what their head coach has done there. I think he's done a pretty good job considering the resources that they have at Baylor. I'm not sold on Sawyer Robertson as a quarterback. 0% chance.
0% chance. I got 4 more for you, and then we'll see if you have any that we do not mention that you want to throw into your own. Let's go with Nebraska. Dylan Raiola, I got it right, not Dominic. Dylan Raiola.
There you go.
Is coming in, the Patrick Mahomes cosplayer. Dana Holgerson has been there now for 2 years, or this will be his second season coming up. See if they can build together there at Nebraska under Matt Rule. Is this year Nebraska finally puts it back together and has a chance to get to the college football playoff?
I think they're going to be a much better football team, but I don't think they're going to. I don't think they're going to sniff the, winning the conference or college football playoff. I just think that, Oregon and Ohio State and all these other teams in the Big Ten that are at the top. There's just going to be too many hills to climb there. I just don't think that I think they're still on the outside looking in. I do think they're going to be improved, but I'll put it at 2 or 3.
All right. What about your team, Ole Miss? Lane Kiffin has reloaded the team. Austin Simmons, people are high on him. What are the odds that Ole Miss, who again was close to making it last season, what's the chances they get over the hump and get into the college football playoff for the first time?
Not great. I'd probably say a 3 or a 4, maybe. I think they've got to certainly have a better chance than Baylor. I think they've got a better chance than Kansas State, better chance than BYU. Some of the other teams on this list that we talked about, I feel like they're better than most of the teams on this list. The only teams I don't think they're better than so far are Miami and South Carolina, maybe. Like, I think they're going to be better than Florida. Whether or not they win that game is another question entirely, but I think they're going to be a better football team. I'll put it at 4 or 5. I have to see Austin Simmons throughout the regular season before I get confident. I'm very high on him, but Lane Kiffin has a way of doing things where it's not like he relies on the analytics so heavily that it can hurt them in the long run, and he should take points when he goes for it and various other things that he does that kind of grind my gears. But he's a really good football coach, and he has retooled that roster very well. But it's something I'm gonna have to see to believe as a pessimistic Ole Miss fan.
Yeah. Does that fall into not scheduling any non-conference that's worthwhile? Are you a fan of that, or are you against that from Lane Kiffin?
I'm against it. I'm always against it. Like, battle test your team early. It doesn't hurt you to lose to a really good football team in week 1 or week 2.
Yeah, because you're basically looking at that roster, that schedule. Game 5. Maybe you could say Arkansas in week 3, but really probably week 5 of LSU is probably your first real challenge, where you're just kind of that really feels, and then you're rolling into Georgia with almost no real work. That seems tough, to go into it. Yeah, because you've got Georgia right there. The schedule is easy enough. The schedule is not like it's, you have tough games on it, but it's not crazy. It's not the Florida schedule. It's not something where you're just getting killed on it. So it's winnable, but again, because the non-conference not there, a 2-win team is going to be at the back of the SEC pack if you're not winning the SEC, because they're just going to be like, we don't want to reward you for not playing anybody.
Yeah, and you, like in that scenario, you don't really know what your team is until you play LSU, who's a top 10 football team.
Yeah.
So I don't know.
So we'll see with them. Let's look at the last SEC team I'll throw at you, Texas A&M. They believe that they're going to take a step forward. They believe this is a chance where they can move up. Marcel Reed, question marks around him as well. I don't think anybody thinks he's going to take over the nation, but maybe if you have a defense and he's able to not turn the ball over, keep picking up first downs, that'll be enough for this Mike Elko-led team. It's got a lot of people on it, a lot of good players. Can he turn the corner and in his second year get the Aggies to somewhere where they finally get some bragging rights?
I'm really high on Marcel Reed. I think that he's going to take a major step forward this year. They're returning their 2 best running backs. They retooled their wide receiver room and made it way better. I think their offensive line is going to be improved. I think that their defense is going to be really, really good. I would, if this was any other team that had all of those things that didn't say Texas A&M in front of it, I would probably put it at a 7 or an 8. But
Okay.
because I know the history of Texas A&M and their history of collapsing in the most important moments in every single sport since 1939, it seems like, I'm going to go with a 5. They've got the talent to do it. They have the coaching to do it, but there's something out there in the universe with the juju that's gonna knock them down and cause them to collapse. I can feel it right now. Billy Lucci over at Texags they're gonna start like 6-0, and he's gonna be like, this is a national title contender. This is the best football team in America, and then they're gonna lose 4 of their next 6.
Okay, well, what are the odds that they go into the matchup the day after Thanksgiving with Texas, with college football playoff aspirations still alive if they win that game?
Well, in my scenario, they would probably be 8-3 at that point.
Yeah.
So if they get a 9th win, I mean, last year it was the same scenario.
Yeah.
Like if they had won that game against Texas, then they would have made the college football playoff. And I think that there's a snowball's chance in hell that they beat Texas this year. So it'll be the same. It could very well be the exact same scenario as last year.
All right. And last team we'll throw at you. I know you're a little high on this team as well. Texas Tech. They went all in on the transfer portal. They are spending a bunch of money going out and getting guys, trying to get this team closer to where they want it to be. They feel they can compete in the Big 12 and get a chance to make it to the college football playoffs. What's the number on Texas Tech?
I think they're going to win the Big 12. If they don't, then they'll be really dang close. I have them making it in my college football playoff prediction. As much as I know that people hate to hear it, including my dad, I think that it's a pretty high number. I think that's probably a 7 or an 8. If they put everything together with everything that they've done with this roster in a relatively easy Big 12, they're going to have a really, really good shot to make it. Whether or not they can is another question entirely, because kind of like Texas A&M, they always have a history of, coming up short when it matters. I mean, when they beat Texas on that miracle Michael Crabtree play in Lubbock in 2008, it was Texas Tech is they're on their way, and then they just fumbled and blew it up. So that very well could happen again. But of the Big 12 teams on this list, I think that they have the highest chance at least.
All right. Do we have any teams that were not on this list that you think have a above 6 or 7 chance to get in to the college football playoff?
I think probably Iowa State.
Okay.
Would be a team that I looked at because I think I do have them winning the Big 12 in my prediction. So I think that's one that you really have to look at.
I don't know. I can't buy into the quarterback's name. A lot of these quarterbacks have really great names, and it makes you feel like they're somebody that you can really. Rocco Becht doesn't sell it for me. I don't know why. Rocco Becht doesn't do it for me.
I was having a conversation with one of my buddies last year watching Cal play, and their quarterback's name was Fernando Mendoza. And I was like, there's no way that a quarterback named Fernando Mendoza is going to win this football game. So I get it. You gotta have that there.
Yeah, you gotta have the name. And Rocco Becht, for whatever reason, I think it's the Becht. Rocco could work, but the Becht just doesn't work with Rocco, and I'm not buying it.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of another one. Iowa State was kind of my go-to one there. As far as like the ACC goes, I'm not sure there's another team in there that could really break through. Big Ten, like, I don't know. No, like there's not another team in the Big Ten for me. ACC, like Syracuse has an outside shot if they do really well, but I can't put that at a 6.
Yeah.
What's looking at the SEC? No. I mean, like, I really don't think that there's because they made it last year. I can't really think of another one. I really can't.
No, all right. I like that. That's a pretty good list of teams, though, that we gave you some perspective on of what we think they could be doing in the playoffs. I'm with you on most of them. It's hard to say any of them. I don't know if any of them have the 10%, the 10 of 10 of getting in for the first time, but it's a lot of different options.
I did forget one.
Okay.
My group of 5 team that I have making the college football playoff is Memphis. So
okay, that's right. That would be
like,
right.
they were 11-1 last year, and they have a very easy schedule again. Return most of their team. I think they have a really good shot. But after that, it's anyway. I couldn't tell you.
Yeah, I don't know the group of 5 or group of 4 teams that I would then go to and pretend to know which one of them is going to get in.
Yeah,
I've not done my research on them well enough. We'll have to wait until we get into the season. I start watching some of those games, and then you see who you start to get really high on during the season. Let's go ahead and take our second break real quick. We're going to do that, roll into a quick story about Mac Brown and Bill Belichick. Can't miss that. Meathead of the day and wrap things up here on a Wednesday afternoon here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Hey, this is Tom McKay with Audiovisual Consultations.
And Camilla McKay.
Hey, kid, you want to hear a dad joke?
Sure, old man.
A guy walks into a flat... Oh, that was terrible. A guy walks into a store and buys an 85-inch flat screen for $2,500. I wasn't done with my joke yet.
Yeah, you were. Here, I got one. What's worse than paying for one overpriced surround sound speaker?
I don't know what.
Paying for 2 overpriced surround sound speakers?
All right, well, here at Audiovisual, we do like to laugh. And by calling 512-255-8678, you can share in that laughter. Stop paying extra for lesser quality and visit avconsultations.com today.
All right. You got me going now. One more.
All right, here we go.
A guy walks into a bar, and then a speaker, and then a projector.
All right. I think they get it, kid. Give us a call at 512-255-8678 or see us online at avconsultations.com.
And all jokes aside, remember to hug your kids, laugh with strangers, and make love to whoever the hell you want.
Just give us a call, 512-255-8678.
You see covert everywhere. That personal level of just feeling like it's a personal family interaction.
The customer service, it's impeccable. It's unlike anything I've ever experienced buying a car.
Over the 30 years that I've been buying cars from them, I feel like I know them and they know me.
Covert's done an amazing job of making me feel valued. If you purchase a vehicle and you want to feel like you're part of a family, join the Covert family.
Come and experience it for yourself.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
BK here for OLIPOP. Man, this stuff is the game changer of all game changers. Their slogan is a new kind of soda, and that's exactly what it is. You get that same great soda taste, but OLIPOP is actually good for you. Inside of every can, a blend of 7 unique botanicals, plant fibers, and prebiotics. You're getting 9 grams of fiber in every can, only 2 to 5 grams of sugar, and man, the flavor is absolutely there. Classic soda flavors like cola, root beer, lemon lime, and Dr. Goodwin. That's their version of a Dr. Pepper, and some other great flavors as well. The grape, the cream soda, the cherry cola. It's all fantastic. I'm telling y'all, OLIPOP tastes just like the soda you grew up sipping, but with the added benefits of microbiome and digestive health support as well. Pick up OLIPOP at H-E-B, Target, Walmart, Whole Foods, and Costco all throughout the Austin area and the state of Texas. And head over to drinkolipop.com. Use the promo code Texas20 for a discount on your first purchase. It's OLIPOP, a new kind of soda.
All right, back here on Open Gym on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Patrick Davis alongside Matt Galatzan from Texas Longhorns on SI, wrapping up the show here on a Wednesday night. Did you see the comments by Mac Brown about Bill Belichick that felt so slighted in there and done it the most Mac Brown way? This is the quote. As far as North Carolina and Bill Belichick now, he's arguably the best coach ever. They've committed money to it. They've helped him with academics. They've lowered those standards some. So there's absolutely no reason they shouldn't be successful.
Yeah, I love Mac Brown.
I do too.
Mac Brown is he's my favorite football coach of all time. He's one of my favorite human beings of all time. He's the nicest guy you will ever meet in your entire life. He also did something for my family that was really nice too. That I won't get into here, but he's an all-time great. This felt like an absolute backhanded compliment if I've ever heard one in my entire life.
It's so good.
They lowered the academic standards. Is just
they gave him all the money they wouldn't give me, and they gave him the students are going to get dumber kids in there. Things are going to be great. What a great coach.
Yeah, it's absolutely backhanded, and he obviously feels slighted because if you really look at it, he's a top 10 college football coach of all time, and they should have given him the things that they're giving to Bill Belichick. But I get where he's coming from here. I mean, he got pushed out the door for what has turned into an absolute sideshow.
Yeah,
and I would be pissed off too, man.
I would be annoyed too if they pushed me out and went, okay, I'm too old. I get that. I get, you know what? You're going to go younger. You went older? Oh, his girlfriend's younger though. I get it. Okay. That's why you brought him in. And yeah, it feels like it's not going to end well, the Bill Belichick era, because, when you loosen academic rules and you give more money and then you still don't compete to win the ACC, which I can't imagine they're going to this year. And then you add in the whole Jordan Hudson thing and all the fiasco that's been around that now. It just feels like you're like, yeah, no more cutoff age 40. We're only hiring 30 years old now. We're not hiring anybody older. No more.
Did they lower the academic standards for the entire school or just for athletics?
I'm sure for just athletics. I'm sure for just. And look, I've got friends who have gone there, and I've talked to people that have been there, and the basketball team's had its own issues with academics over the years and people not going to class, and some guys did and had people helping with their homework. So it's not like it's necessarily something crazy, but I think the football team didn't necessarily get all those same chances, and now they're going to. But again, what we talk about with Texas with basketball, sometimes there's a reason why they can't get every recruit. Some of the times they can't get the recruit because Texas didn't do this, and it left them without being able to get the recruit. Let's get to our meathead of the day. We're getting out of time. This one came from our friends at ESPN today, talking about the sports Emmys.
We did not win the Emmy Award again last night, Tony. What do we need to do differently?
I'm Tony Kornheiser. Pizzazz! This doesn't work.
You know what? Is this like a flashback to the early days of PTI? We played those stupid games.
I love those games.
Love to dress up.
I love those games.
Those are so, you look like Bennett Cerf just now.
No.
And by the way,
I think basically I was an Elton John Halloween costume.
As long as Greeny or Stephen A. didn't get the Emmy, I'm fine.
I'm glad you said that. I'm leaving that one alone. Welcome to PTI.
That's it. The line at the end. As long as Greeny and Stephen A. didn't win it, I'm fine. And then Kornheiser just goes, "Glad you said it."
I mean, I look. I really enjoy Pardon the Interruption. It's not an Emmy-winning show, so
it's not. But I will give you this: those are two of the better journalists that have ever worked for ESPN.
Absolutely. I think that if one person deserves to win an Emmy for a show on that network, though, it's Scott Van Pelt.
Yeah.
But if Stephen A. Smith had won an Emmy, man, I don't know, man.
Is he going to win a daytime Emmy for all his acting now?
He could. General Hospital?
It was General Hospital, and then he was also on maybe Law and Order or something like that, where he was a guy, and they showed the scene, and the next scene he's dead in the park. So he, going to play a corpse as well. Got written out of that show real quick. One episode arc for him on that one. Not doing the long-standing General Hospital cameo role. But yeah. I love the subtle jab. It is funny at ESPN right now. It does feel like everybody's got their show and they're like, screw everybody else at this network. So we see Pat McAfee going at everybody too. Everybody just is like, we're doing it right and everybody else is wrong. And you're like, who is running this ship?
Yeah, ESPN, I know it's still the most watched sports network in America. I feel like it's falling apart. It really feels like it's falling apart.
Because I look, and I don't want to go off on any rants, but it feels like Disney is too big of a company, and they hired non-sports people to come in and watch over sports, and they're the people who say, let's just get clicks, let's get engagement, so say the dumbest things you ever thought in your life, and we'll pay you millions of dollars to ruin any credibility you have to make the world a cesspool of hate and anger. If you can do that, we'll pay you millions of dollars. And that's what it feels like happening there. And that's why everybody's like that.
Yeah, ESPN should hire Aaron Murray.
No, they shouldn't, because he's too dumb for that too. All right, we got to get out of here. Matt is going to be out tomorrow. We will have the ghost of 40 Acres, Texas Ghost, coming on to fill in for him tomorrow, and then Matt will be back on Friday, so not going for too long, but he'll be out tomorrow. So appreciate you, Matt. We'll see you on Friday, but we'll be back tomorrow. And so until then, be kind, be safe, keep your underwear clean, and we'll see you right back here tomorrow for more from Open Gym.